Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test. Oh, test. It's fine. Do I need to do anything here? Pause, maybe. Um, we keep that there. Let's see. I need to do one thing left before I'm ready, I guess. Okay. Uh, my team not awake, but that's fine. I'll just get the theme and then plan it out. I already have Krita open. I'm more prepared than probably I've ever been for ludum there. So that's pretty cool. I think. Everything's fine. Check Twitter. Come on, what is it? Someone have it. Someone have it. Summoning. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's on the Twitter posted? It's not on the Twitter yet, but it'll be on the site for sure eventually. Okay. So summoning. I have ideas for it already. I just need to expand on those ideas and maybe um so actually I can close this. I don't need this. No, don't save. Oh boy. This up. This is gonna be good. I wrote a little bit if it was gonna be summoning. So there's a little bit of a spoiler, I guess. Uh, but so I probably need this. My bind's visible, preparation. Let's go. Um and what's it called? What am I looking for? I mean the post was right. It was like spot on. I need to concentrate. Okay, so is time sensitive stuff. Where's my pen? Also, I want to tiny rotation. The zoom is like really. Oh, up and down. Okay, I understand now. Good thing I figured that out. Uh, uh it's okay. We're gonna pick pure cyan here. Bright glow. Okay, so here's my idea. I need to run through this again. Summoning. So the first thing you think of summoning is kind of magic, you know. Uh, so when you're talking about magic, when it comes to games or stories or anything, you have you might have to create magic system, something that makes sense, something that fits. Um, I think an important part, one thing I need to understand is uh, magic is kind of like I was trying to figure this out, and magic is kind of like not like it kind of works best when it's unknown or incomprehensible. Basically, the goal should not be to figure out the system or learn the rules to make I need to make it make sense. So the second you kind of like begin to figure out stuff, it becomes like less magical. You might as well just get rid of the whole magic of it, right? So there's not really a point there. You're just doing something in a different world with a different set of rules, not magic. So uh, generally, I guess when it comes to magic summoning, I think whatever it is, generally, uh, because we're going with an older time setting, um, the higher it'll generally be a lower saturation, like entire thing, and the entire environment will be lower saturation, and higher saturation would be important aspects, and stuff like that. Uh, so test. Dude, I'm freaked out that that's not gonna work. It doesn't make sense that it won't work. This one around. Well, so okay. Up. Test. I wonder how it sounds. Hold on. Let me actually just be 100% sure. Let me go to how do I go to my channel? I go to YouTube, and then where is channel somewhere. Channel. View your channel. Uh, test. It's fine to me. 8,000 bit rate. Probably fine. Probably should have made sure I had that all set up. Okay, one second. Okay. Um. So one thing that is uh pretty cool. One thing that I'm thinking the art. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine with or without pixelated. Uh, it would kind of be interesting to see how the other people on my team, the artists, do like like let's say there was like for example, I'm not sure if this is like one thing, one idea I had sure is a scroll type thing. So but for maybe there's like a rock, magical rock, for example. If it was like a different game, and it had a glow or the crack in it, and crack had a glow. So that way you kind of knew this rock is kind of different than the others. Doing that in pixel art versus non-pixel art. Uh, I'd have to talk to my team about them and decide it, but magic works best when it's unknown. Uh, Basically, um, I'm thinking there's a lot cool stuff I can add here. I could flex my brain, creating a super advanced XP system that is basically trying to maximize the amount of like dopamine progression. But one thing I didn't realize that I think I could do is generally first you have your classic linear, then second best is exponential. Hold on 1 second. So one of my team members will be around in 15 or 20 minutes, which is pretty cool. So basically, this is like one, this is two, and then the insane version would be uh, basically log or ln combination of graphs. Basically, a little bit more math because you have to figure out where this plane is to start the next graph and do all the adjustments. But basically, I think at first I'll do linear, and then I'll implement exponential, then I'll implement this, and then I'll implement this, but have it maybe adjust the here. Let me do some scratch with math. So work y equals 5x minus 2 squared vertex form plus 7. Oh, we can do this real quick. Let me dismiss this to see if that actually does what I think it does. X equals 5y minus 2 power of 2 5. I think it does. So basically this A value here, I can have it do this, basically increase the height faster and faster. So that way it nearly mimics an exponential. It's gonna be divergent. It doesn't converge. So we're gonna have to maybe figure that out. Maybe find some way to write it so it diverges. Maybe there's gonna be like some crazy stuff like this value is actually like 1 over t squared or something. Or doing like some parametric stuff. Because basically, but the important part is like these, we can go pretty advanced with that. So I'm pretty happy about that. That'll give me some stuff to code. And then this, we could have your kingdom, multiple kingdoms. You can have like people, there can be story, we can add background, we can add the king, there could be a main castle, there's room, and being able to merge with other kingdoms nearby, almost like you're taking a risk. Being able to merge with other kingdoms nearby uh, you're basically taking a risk. But like there can be options. So maybe you're given two kingdoms with like sets of stats, and you get the opportunity to merge at XP, which I wrote XP question mark down there. So this is my idea. I think uh, this makes it so that there's no infinite world fanciness, but one thing I will still, because that's one thing I haven't done before that eventually I'll do in LD, but I think I'm gonna pull out some math to try to make this fun. It's gonna be simple. It's I, I'm a little bit worried about the mechanics, so I came up with the system mechanics. I'm not sure if people enjoy typing as much as I do, so uh, that makes me a little bit worried. But the idea is there. Um, so that's basically my idea. Uh, but the thing about this typing idea uh, is fine. Oh, everyone left. Alright. I'm just clicking around. What am I doing? I need to full screen that. I believe. Oh no. Okay. So okay. I one thing I need for sure is if I'm doing that, I need steps, basically. I'm not this bad of a writer. I swear. Steps. So, uh, basically, what can I implement about this? Uh, I think it needs O player, uh, or basically call this stuff. Uh, we got O player. We got O. What do we call it? Citizen. Citizen. Uh, there's probably a better word for it, but we got O player, O citizen, uh, and O player, O citizen. We're gonna need some type of main building for sure. Uh, we're gonna need the classic naming new objects. I got my idea locked and loaded. Just in case my team members get some pretty different ideas than me that I'd want to write down and explore with them. I'll create a new layer for that. Because this layer is already being pretty filled up with just random gibberish. Uh, so we got main menu stuff. I don't know if there's any media references that I can think of that can apply to this game. Uh, Not sure. Um, we could just save this just in case it goes down. Write some stuff down. Oh, honestly, I'll just write whatever I have here into the doc. Basically, this might probably. I'm not sure how much my team is gonna like this aspect of the mechanic I came up with, but it would be fun for me. So, uh, basically, we're given a script, right, and we have to decipher it. Technically, uh, decipher in quotes. Basically, it can be as simple as what's written on the script is summon TP, and then a word that has more A and E letters than O and U, and then TP is a name that has more O and U letters. Then there will be a list, and you won't be able to reuse. You have to eventually, when you figure out that you don't have to type exactly what's written, or maybe you don't figure it out. Maybe you always type what's written on the scroll, and that's how you do things. But to go faster, you can figure out that uh, basically you're just trying to figure out words. There'll be a 32 cap, so you can't use if you use that word 31 times ago, you can't use it again. Uh, and maybe okay, we'll do 16 if the word has to be valid. Word typed has to be valid. Um, so so basically, you want to do small words, probably words that only contain either an A or an E and no other vowels. Something like enter or eat would be at would be fastest, but then you can't use at. You can't spam at. So you would type at, then you type eat, and then you'd have to come up with new words. If you figure out the system. If you don't, then there's a list of given words for you to type that will be valid and checked all the time. And whatever word is on the scroll will get bypassed. So let's say you know the system, but you can't think of a word because you just have too many words in the bank. You can literally just type the word and scroll. So these were words on scroll get a pass. Um, get a pass from history. Yeah, 1 second. Test. Okay. Share screen. Screens. Uh, just share everything. Okay, so uh, basically, I started with just the word summoning, right? And generally, when I think of summoning, it's more magic than you know uh, conventional uh, what's it called
Yeah.
verbs. So basically, when you're talking about magic, when it's either writing a story or any game, uh, I think one thing I have to do is create a unique and interesting magic system. So, uh, but the important part when it comes to magic is that it kind of is you have to like balance it because when things get too complicated or as soon as you learn the rules, it becomes less like magical in a way. So basically I wrote here magic works best when it's kind of unknown or incomprehensible. Basically, the goal might not be exactly to figure out the system or learn basically learn the rules because then you're just learning the rules of just a different world, right? So that's just my idea on magic that I just wrote down. Uh, Generally, I think when we're talking about magic stuff, uh, I wrote down here. Basically, my idea is a bit of a. When I first think of magic, I think of like higher saturation, maybe glow, maybe like to like represent that like it's like different than like the normal bland world. But one thing I was trying to figure out is like you know the time frame. So basically, going back to the original theme, summoning. So summoning is themes appearing, right? And basically, uh, um, okay, hold on one sec. I'm worried my mic is gonna cut out. It's not gonna cut out, right? Okay, we're good. Um, Basically, um, what this Google definition of summoning is like basically an urgent thing, basically from authority. So basically, I'm not sure uh, how or what game we're gonna make, etc. If it's gonna have a story or not, but there's an opportunity for story here. Basically, the general style I think of when I think of summoning is generally high saturation. But with this kind of story, uh, I came up with something, and I think generally an older setting would kind of be a little bit more
Kind of
easier, fun,
medieval
appropriate.
type.
Yeah, basically, I thought of basically old authority is what I'm thinking of. So when I think of old authority, I think of a king. Um, but with old settings, I think of generally lower saturation environment, like the entire environment. Most of the things you'll see is lower saturation, but we can have high saturation accents. So basically, where there's magic or where there's important things, you would see like high saturation stuff. Otherwise, you would see like a normal kingdom that's generally like low saturation style. Um, and basically, when it comes to that older setting, basically a king can have, there's a little bit of background there. So a king can it can make sense that the king would be the one to be able to use the magic that uh, the people that the king rules doesn't have. So there can be something there. And the kind of reasoning behind the king using magic is basically to keep his power, etc., stuff like that. So basically, I came up with this little drawing right here, which will probably represent the kingdom. There will be like this main building. I don't know, castle, something, and the general people in a kingdom, and basically, this is the part I wasn't so sure about. Generally, uh, I think an important part is I want to make this uh, kind of fun, but I'm not sure how fun this kind of exact mechanic system I came up with was. Um, Basically, you have your people, uh, and your way of using magic, and this goes back to me trying to kind of disguise the magic and like hide the elements of how it works. Um, Basically, your goal is to you're like an actual player in the world. So you could go to people, and then you can, either summon something or teleport someone. And those are the two main things I need to, just because we need to have a choice to be able to do one or the other. Um, and basically, when you summon something, basically for a person, etc., you're basically kind of, or maybe you're using your magic more directly on someone. You're basically controlling their ideas. You're basically getting them to, you know, you're like it's like almost like a happiness meter, right? So you generally want the people of your kingdom to be happy, but you also need stuff to do. So that's where the TP comes in, where basically you can intentionally, through the mechanic that I'm gonna explain in a second, teleport someone to, the main building castle, either for work or for taxes, or for whatever. Doesn't really matter. Um, but basically, the way you would decide between doing one or the other, the thing I came up with that I could basically disguise the mechanic, but it also it would be like I would explain. Basically, there's a scroll, and there's a word and a name written on the scroll, and basically, you don't have to type the word or the name, but technically the player doesn't know that. So, uh, one thing I did is like a hidden, like, basically the system kind of checks the vowels and whatever was typed. So it doesn't really matter what you type into the scroll. Um, but depending on the vowels, you do a certain action. So your intention, if you want to intentionally summon people, you would do you would figure out a way to summon, but it's a kind of a mechanic where you can't really type the same thing twice. There's a cap, so you can't reuse words. This any word on the scroll gets kind of a pass if you can't think of words. There's a way to do it, so that way there's like maybe if you do figure it out, there's a bit of thinking. There's a bit of like being able to get faster with it, etc. I don't know. I'm not sure if typing is really that popular though, so that's why I was not so sure about that mechanic. But it's a way where somehow with a scroll and with strings, I can make the true nature of the system kind of hidden. Uh, and maybe I need some time to think about other ways to do that. Um, but otherwise, for this idea, I think it's a little bit more simple. One thing, scope dependent, but the opportunity to like merge with other kingdoms. There's an XP system that I can do some math for to make the progression feel better, which I haven't really done. Really kind of advanced, kind of like because there's multiple ways to do progression system. You got your various graphs, and I kind of just thought of one where you have like a bunch of like uh you know square root of x uh stacking, but the that kind of like eventually it's kind of linear when you do that. So maybe uh you know kind of make it so it feels a little bit more exponential, uh and stuff like that. Test. Test manager. Test. I don't know why you did that. Test. 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 Okay, that was weird. You can hear me now? Oh, for some reason I can't hear you. Oh, but probably.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Uh,
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
hello?
I
Hello?
th- yeah, I can
Okay,
hear you. I
nice.
think that was like Discord messing up because I changed my mic and it's like basically my headphones are plugged into my microphone. So and it's just a single USB. So and obviously it doesn't get disconnected or anything because the only thing I did was click it here in Discord in the voice settings. So I don't know why it cut out there. But uh I guess I don't know how long I wasn't able to hear you for, but did you have anything to to say? I guess that was my bad. Um,
No, you're good. You were kind of talking about the hidden stuff behind the system when you cut out. I don't know if you want to continue there or if you just want to hear my
uh,
questions and concerns.
the hidden system. Did you hear me talk about the graphs a little bit?
No.
Basically, the main thing for this project is I basically the opportunity here for me to try something new is basically uh there would be a kind of like XP system, so you can merge with other kingdoms and stuff like that if we have enough scope available for that. Um, and I could come up with. I have an idea, a new idea for a graph that can make the progression of XP and stuff like that, and uh, random interaction with the citizens feel like a like better progression, basically. Like basically more dopamine stuff like that, etc. That's it.
Now, one thing I want to ask is if you strip everything away, like all the story and setting and such, what is the core gameplay? What is the player going to experience? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
So this uh, yeah, I might need to think about this a little bit more, but basically, it's gonna revolve around the mechanic of you need to use magic, and the way you would use magic is this current scroll system of words and coming up with words that contain vowels and stuff like that. Um, but I'm not sure that's that fun. That's one way I could think of as an example of how we could create something that is, you know, magical, but it's not that fun or good of an idea. Is that what you're talking about? Basically, the what's the main thing that the player
Yeah,
is going to
like
be doing?
what does the player do and like how does it kind of like affect the world? Because from what I understand, you've come up with like a lot of really interesting and neat systems, but in terms of translating them to player agency and gameplay, I kind of struggle to see how they apply well.
Well,
Because
I think the main goal of the player is it's more like it'll basically be like a management game. So basically, you're the king, and you have people walking around, and your goal is to go to other people, and basically you'll have stats on your kingdom, and your fail state is the citizens revolt or something, and your progression is you get to merge with other kingdoms, or you get to uh like there's more experience, you get a higher level, and as you get a higher level, then you get the opportunity to merge with other kingdoms or stuff like that. That's I think. What do you think about that?
all right. Um I think my biggest concern is going to be a mix of scope, because it seems like there would be a lot of systems at play in order to create the core gameplay loop, which would take, a bit of time
Mhm.
to create, and it might take longer than expected. And then once we have those core gameplay loops, you know, if it if we test it and it turns out it's not that fun, then we either continue on and make a game that's mediocre in terms of fun, or we, have to start from square one halfway through. We might
Yeah,
want to try and see if we can create something that can be prototyped like a bit faster, or something that has less systems at play in the core gameplay loop.
for sure. I think when I was looking back at my last time I did this, um, I kind of at the time when Ludum Dare started, I was having you know technical stuff. I think it was like 2 hours or more um that I was able to like actually get started in something, and that entire time I was kind of thinking of stuff. I think spending a good amount of time making sure that it's fun, and like I want to be able to like if it wasn't my game, like being able to like open it in a browser and then be able to like have fun and progress in a fun way, I think is pretty important to me. So 100%, I think uh, we might have to scrap the specific systems. But uh, so do you think we should kind of focus on coming up with uh, maybe an idea that would be uh, have a quicker jumping point? I guess you basically said that. So basically, this
Yeah,
idea right now has like a long
either
jumping point for it to like be working essentially.
yeah, for
Okay.
us to have a minimum viable product with this one would take quite a lot of systems going on. So I think we should take a step back, because what's happened so far is we've kind of narrowed our gaze and focused all the way down on one product without kind of like considering alternatives. What I've been doing in the Miro board is I've just kind of been like, if you go over there, I've got something I'm writing where I've got summoning, and I'm just kind of branching off and writing basically anything that comes to mind with that. And so I'm kind of instead of focusing down on one idea, kind of pulling up a bunch of different ideas. So like I went, okay, magic route, what can we do there? You could either have something where you're summoning allies or enemies passively, and I thought, okay, maybe like summoning towers or something, you could make either a tower defense game or um, one of those
So
tower
is
games
it?
where like
I mean, is it like more like realistic and then more fictional? Basically, because I see.
that's what I've got at the moment. Yeah. So like up top, you see summons. There's things like a king summoning a servant or a courier, and then I thought, okay, maybe an endless runner type game could work there. Maybe summons for jury duty. You could have kind of a reverse Phoenix Wright game. Um, and then in terms of magic, you could have either something where you're summoning allies or enemies passively, or perhaps some sort of puzzle game where you're learning the system in order to summon. Um, so I'm just kind of trying to take a broad gaze and look at what are the different options that could fit under this theme. And then from there, okay, which ones look like they would work, and let's create some specific details for those. And
Okay,
then from those, we can, pick one to narrowly focus on.
we can flesh this out. I think generally I'm leaning more towards the fictional side, just looking at
Magic side.
the
Yeah.
theme. Uh, I think uh, but we can expand evenly, I'd say. Uh,
Yeah, and I mean we can focus down on the magic side. I'm just saying like we should take a step back and kind of look at our options rather than picking one from the get-go and going on down that way.
yeah, for sure. But like, hmm,
What are your thoughts?
uh, I don't know. I see Endless Runner and I like Endless Runner, but tower defense. So
Hang on, let me pull something up because there was a endless runner that was in um a jam that I was in, and we could take some inspiration from it. Basically, the way it worked was you had a creature that that was the one doing the endless running, and then when it died, basically you could go to kind of an upgrade phase where you had your creature and you could, for instance, give it more health, more speed, or something like a
I remember
fireball that
this
it can
like
use or something.
really old app called Temple Run, where basically it was so addicting to uh like you're basically doing the same run over and over again, but you're like getting things from the shop, and the shop is like the items like I don't know. That was a fun game. Um, so do we want to like? How do you want to filter these ideas out though?
I feel like we should filter them on, at least in my opinion, I think the important thing is core gameplay loop and like minimum viable product, and then kind of another aspect, originality, like what sets this idea apart.
Okay.
Like,
Maybe I was when I did my example, maybe I was focused on too much on the theme and what like ideas came out of like the theme and
yeah,
just going down that path. So yeah, okay, we can
and I
do
do think you came out with
filter.
good ideas. I'm just worried that they'll take too much of our time in order to get to a minimum viable product, which
Yeah,
means get there and it's not fun. We're kind of stuck.
I mean, there's like aspects and ideas I had that can be applied to like other stuff, like the idea that like magic is like generally like because right here, the puzzle game to like learn a system to summon a creature, we could kind of okay, I thought it cut out. We could kind of make sure that what's it called, the we kind of get the feeling we're going for, if that makes sense. Oh, something did happen. Oops, 1 second.
Down the.
Okay, I can
No,
hear
no,
you
you're
now.
good.
Okay.
Okay. In the Discord chat, I put down that game jam game host.
I'm just gonna have it on voice and video. Oh, just in case. You quickly click it. Paste and go to. Oh, one thing for sure, that I didn't make time for in my previous game gems, and this is like a little Dare specific. Uh, is previously in all my games, I kind of had there's like a cover art, but one thing I think I might have undervalued, and thinking about it more, I probably should have valued a bit more is having art in the actual post itself. So, for example, if you're to like go to uh the game, uh, I might have to go to like a see older gems. Uh, Basically, this game that won, they have, you know, we don't have to go like gifs or videos or stuff like that, but just having art or like displaying sections of the game in the actual post itself is probably a little bit more important, and I probably should have done that. So that's just something to keep in mind.
There's some screenshots. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
smart, but that's something we can do pretty quickly at the end.
yeah. Um. Okay, so I have the HIO page up. To bully how
Yeah.
close the pits.
You just mentioned that you had an affinity for the endless runner idea. This is one that kind of like delves more into the magic side, and the mechanic in it lets you kind of upgrade your creature as you're doing the endless runner in order to become like more powerful and able to last longer.
One
So
reason
it's kind of
I
like
have an affinity towards the endless runner is in a previous uh, game entry. I created a really unique platformer movement system, and I think I can like expand on the idea this time around if I have a bit more time to program. I think so. It
okay.
would be like a pretty like an endless runner with like a interesting movement stuff that can probably like be configured based on the direction uh, that we want to apply the magical stuff to.
Okay. Yeah. So I think um in terms of that, that's a good option. So I'll kind of add that. If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
No, no, I'm not speaking.
Okay.
Um, I have the window popped out and the voice settings right here. I'll, I'll know when I'm uh
Got it.
when something's not working.
Okay.
Um, hmm. Is there like a is there a way? I guess basically, is it like these like try to summon creature lends itself to these type of game types?
Yeah, it's like each like the branch as you go down it, things are affected by the previous stuff. So like summoning the theme, what branches off of that? Physical summons and magic. Magic, what are some things that come off of that? Maybe you try to summon a creature, what comes off of that? Maybe you try to summon by learning the magic system, or maybe it's a set of mini games or rhythm style games. If it's learning the system, then it could be a puzzle type game.
So should
So
we
that's
try
the
to
way
come
I
up
have it
with
set
like
up.
as many like main points as we can, and then kind of try to decide, and then go down
Oh,
that branch?
I just want to make sure we have like a good broad view of our options and also kind of this broad view that we can present to the others when they join.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that way, if they decide, oh, we like one of those broad ideas that you guys didn't really touch on, we can start to touch on it.
Okay. That makes sense. Uh,
Yeah, I've written down a good bit.
yeah, I think the main three things I see is basically we're either I think most of these were summoning something. I think um which makes sense probably because of the theme. I
Yeah.
think um so this idea basically would have two rooms is how I'd probably design that around like basically main thing is like you're basically uh have to basically work in two rooms, right?
Yeah, yeah.
For the puzzle game, can you explain this part? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So what I was thinking is like for the puzzle game, the way the way I'm envisioning it is like you have sort of a summing circle, and you can use different like powders or writing instruments in order to write sigils on the summoning circle, and like different ones you write will summon different things, and you have to kind of like figure out what to summon and what can help you out.
I like that because
I
it's
figured the setting could maybe be like some ancient wizard's library, and you can get hints and stuff from the book or something.
it's like a low start. I like that because it's a low starting point and it's like uh low scope. One of
Yeah,
the things I was a little bit worried about for one of the themes is the it spread themes, where the thing I came up with was spreading butter on a pancake. Is basically, and the way I'd kind of design that is kind of like something like this, where you have your pancake and you're trying to like match, kind of like that one circle game where you're basically trying to draw a perfect circle, but it's like expanded. So it's like a really simple, almost super simple idea. But for that particular idea, I didn't have much room to go further with it, which is why I didn't really like that theme or that idea. But I think being able to like design and come up with multiple sigils or is pretty
yeah,
expandable. So that's good.
and I figure like the different summons can also give the game like a lot of personality because like the each summoned creature could, talk or something, or and be different from the others just to make it feel a bit more alive and keep the player engaged.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, this was actually the first idea I had when we were workshopping all of those round two ideas, and summoning was in there. So that one's had a little longer, cook in the
yeah.
oven, so to
Yeah.
speak.
I think an action fighter would also be fun. I think I'm having what's it called? I kind of I'm okay and like all the ideas, so I'm kind of a little bit too maybe open or
Do you
need a
want
little bit of
to
time.
highlight the ones that you kind of like a lot? Because you mentioned action fighter, endless runner, the puzzle game.
Well,
Like,
the
if
thing
you
is
want to
like
highlight those, and
uh generally I'm not the rhythm game type, but I can definitely do it depending on like what if you expand on the idea a bit more. So but for sure, the puzzle game seems fun. The action fighter and uh,
alright,
I'm
well, let me.
not sure. Maybe the tower defense has to be expanded for me to go closer to it. But uh, the runner, or also the runner you wrote over here as well. Uh, the action fighter. Um, and so this one I might have to show you a reference to what I'm talking about, or maybe not. Maybe just a quick explanation. So there's one game, one Ludum Dare game, where basically you basically had three devices, right? And like there was like pigs on a conveyor belt, and like you would feed the pig in one machine, clean the pig in another machine, but it was basically like levels. And for some reason, it was really fun to kind of like figure out the puzzle, uh, where basically the main puzzle is like where do you place the conveyors that way it touches all the machines, and then eventually it goes to the end, right? Um, that's I don't know. I'm just uh basically instead
Do you
of
know
like
where that game is? Could you link it?
yep, I could probably find it pretty easily because I rated it. So Found it. Called Sky Bacon Inc. I thought this game was actually super fun, but maybe that's because I'm the type to enjoy this game.
They can eat.
I think for this game, maybe it was just because the way they designed the levels were actually like really fun. It wasn't too difficult. It wasn't too easy. It was like absolutely perfect. And I'm not sure, but basically we can incorporate because one of the themes was strange machines. So if that was the theme, the only thing I could think of was this game. So, but maybe some like it can also apply to this because generally like we're basically like doing it if it was like because there can be like magical summoning machines or something like that. I'd have to maybe think about like how to adapt it, but that's just one option to think about.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to I see what you're talking about. Trying to think how to we could connect that. We could always do the easy way and say there's a bunch of summoned creatures like working in a factory or something, or perhaps you're creating creatures to
Or
be summoned.
maybe we're summoning
Um,
items to create better items to then fight. One
that
thing
as
I did
well.
in one Ludum Dare is I made a platformer and a top down where you would go into the platformer from within the top down. So I'm not opposed to like mixing and matching different, like combining different game types, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe this
And I
can be
mean, the
like an
more
aspect.
creativity, the better. So,
This can be like an aspect, and then it leads into like an action fighter with the items, etc. Stuff like that.
okay. Yeah.
So when I think of tower defense here, and we're summoning, so I think basically the AI would be the tower, and then we would be the ones kind of on the opposing side of it, right? Summoning the
Yeah.
monsters to go to the tower.
I mean, where is it?
So I like this idea. It's good.
Here we go. I'm gonna paste another thing when I like for the under summoning towers. I wrote down competing summoning towers. There was a specific thing I was thinking of. There's a genre of games. I'm gonna put an example from a game jam, but I've also seen it in like mobile games and stuff. And basically the quote unquote towers will passively like summon over time, as indicated by their number going up, and then you can basically drag to send like all of the summoned things from one tower to another tower. And if you send more than like an enemy tower currently has, it ends up taking over that tower, and then it becomes yours. I've seen a lot of games done like this, and I've seen this type of game have success on mobile games. So while not the most original, it doesn't take much in terms on the coding side, and I would be able to make a quick gameplay loop. So it is an option. I like
You
to
might have
find a way
to.
to like
For some
what?
reason, the game doesn't play. Are you so competing summon? Can you explain just the main thing again? Sorry. Um,
Uh,
like yeah. What does the player do again?
yeah. So here, I'll try drawing it. You basically got a top down, and you'll have like little towers. Um, and each tower, like over time, will add +1 to whatever like number they have. So like over time, it'll go from 0 to 1 to 2. Um, and so like every second, basically, the number of summons at a tower increases. And then with your mouse, you can click on a tower and drag over to another tower, and you'll end up sending all the troops. Like, let's say there's 3 here. This will go to 0, and
Oh,
you'll
it's a
be
bit like
sending 3
Risk,
over.
right?
Kind of, yeah, but
Yeah.
with but like it's real time with kind of automated increase.
Okay, I like that idea. That's good.
Yeah. And there'll basically be, and so like once you get to this other part, if this one has more than you, then all these troops are gotten rid of. But if it's the opposite, where this one only has like 1 or something, then that's gotten rid of. You keep your 3, and this becomes your tower.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. And then it's basically you against the game, and you'll have different levels and such. I gave an example from a game jam I participated in recently, the one with like the AI theme, but it's just an example of like that type of game.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I remember I
Um,
used to play a game like that all the time on iPad
I mean,
that had like
I really
little
like
troops.
Risk, so and I haven't
Yeah.
really played that many tower defense games, but actually
So
maybe when I was a bit
so
younger.
it's so it's a decent option. Like I said, it has been done multiple times, so it's not like the most original, but that doesn't stop it from being fun, you know?
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
is an option.
I think yeah. I mean, I don't think we're gonna be able to find an original like platformer and like runners are like probably the first type of game you create, right? When you first create a game.
True.
So it's like that doesn't mean we can't expand on it with like fancier mechanics, because we're gonna be able to
Yeah.
have like at least some reference or idea on how to make all of these games. So
Yeah.
basically, we're just wherever skill level we're at, we're just gonna expand on it a little bit. And I think that the game type originality is probably like a close twin. It's possible, but it's really difficult. So yeah,
Yeah. I mean, like, when I think of originality, I think of like things that you don't see often. Like, for instance, the endless runner plus upgrades. You don't usually see upgrades kind of added into those. And then like the puzzle game with the drawing mechanic. Usually, you don't have that drawing mechanic in there. So that's kind of what I think of. But yeah, I see your point.
yeah, yeah. It's just about maybe like adding one unique cool idea, so that way it makes it a little bit more unique, I think.
Yeah.
But for that, we have to like choose and start one type, maybe, or maybe the not we don't have to like choose what we add after based on the type, but I don't know. Um, I guess other ideas. Um,
I mean, we've got a decent number here. So we could just kind of start sifting through them if
maybe
you're
we could
satisfied
go
with all these.
backwards a little bit. By like uh thinking about game types and seeing if it'll fit with the theme, because we we have an idea for a puzzle game. We have an idea for a runner. Uh, I guess a runner is a bit different than a platformer. One is like your
Yeah, true.
your so we have I guess a top down can apply to like many different things. So but the tower defense probably top down. Uh, um, I'm not sure.
I mean, if we come up with an idea for those, I think that's cool. But I don't think we should try and shoehorn an idea in just for the sake of having an
Yeah,
idea for every type, if that makes sense.
yeah. I can't really think of how platformer would fit. I mean, I could probably force it to work, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you could come up with something where like you're
yeah,
either summoning things to help you through the platformer, or like you are a summoned creature and the summon comes in more through the story and atmosphere. But you know, okay. Well, I think if we have all
I
that, I
think
think the
I'm
next thing.
maybe
Sorry, go on.
split. I think I maybe split between these two. But
Which
for
two?
if Action Fighter was expanded as in depth as the puzzle and the Endless Runner, I think maybe. Uh, but the puzzle and the Endless Runner are two ideas that I like. I think.
Okay. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. So now we've got kind of narrowed down to three: puzzle game, endless runner, and we've got our action fighter. I'll need to expand on action fighter a bit more, but we've got
Maybe.
those.
Oops. I think I have an idea. I got lost on the mirror board.
Yeah, go
I'm gonna
ahead.
refresh. But maybe uh we can do the puzzle game idea into the Endless Runner. So basically, you talked
Explain.
about basically drawing stuff to this is just off of memory, but maybe your idea was a little bit different. We would draw stuff to summon something, and that can affect a mini endless runner, or basically just does that make sense?
Yeah. The way I was, what I was thinking for the puzzle game is like a lot of the time would be spent figuring out like what sigils and like materials you use to summon different things and trying to, and like it would be more of a where like you as a player aren't on the screen per se, but you have like it's kind of from a first person view. So
Yeah,
do a
it's
quick
just like
drawing.
it looks like a
Yeah. And then like maybe you'd have your summoning like a view of the summoning circle and then whatever you've got summoned here, you could have whatever book open on this side with hints and such, and then whenever you want to summon, maybe there's like a tab you pull up, pulls up something here with your summoning circle, and then you can start drawing on it. And then you can, I don't know. That was what was in my head, but if
um
you're are you talking about like real time, like while the runner's going, you're drawing, or
that's I didn't think about I thought like stage 1 of the game you basically I thought we can go as little as like a one material because you talked about chalk or something, right? And then
yeah, chalk or like some sort of powder, but that would lend itself more to the puzzle side.
you would do a summon, and the purpose of that summon is so that way once you go into the second stage, it's different. It's a little bit of a different endless runner, and so basically, instead of a shop for the endless runner, we can have the puzzle game. Does that make sense?
That's a neat idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another kind of branch off of that is there's putting the Wikipedia article up for it, but there was a game called Okami, and like it included drawing into kind of like its action system.
I mean, if we
Um,
can have the player,
so
because
that's
the endless runner will be kind of like up and down movements only. So, uh,
yeah.
actually, if I were to implement a little bit more advanced mechanics, maybe a little bit different, maybe an extra button or two. But we can definitely have the player be drawing or
Yeah.
solving puzzles while the endless runner is going on for sure. I think that'll be
Or
cool.
you could do it where like the endless runner like pauses in time while the player's running, while the
Yeah.
player's drawing. Sorry, that's the way Okami does it. Okami's a pretty well developed game, but it had a really cool drawing mechanic in
Was
it.
maybe the drawing mechanic was a little bit too complex, and that's why it needed to be slowed down. You think?
Well, it was more like, you know,
Because
it
the
was originally made, well, actually I don't know what it was originally made for, but like I played it on the 3DS, and so like you'd kind of have to put down the controller in order to, or you'd have to like, pull
oh
out the stylus in order to draw.
okay
So it's
uh
more of just like ease of access because multitasking, can be difficult, especially if the player's focusing on more than one thing. So like
for
in
sure.
Okami, you would set up your attacks and then like you could hit a button to quote unquote pause the game and you could draw a sigil that like for instance summons a bomb or something.
Maybe if you like have the required materials or you did something in the endless runner, like find maybe there's like two branching paths in the endless runner, and you like went to the branching path that had an item, therefore you can do the thing or something like that. But the maybe when I thought of the drawing while doing the endless runner, I thought of it more like simple drawings. So uh I'm not sure would the player maybe it's a good thing that I'm asking questions to think about
Yeah,
it.
go
But
ahead.
um, would the player like need to like know kind of uh certain sigils work and certain don't, or is it like depending on what you draw, we can basically figure out based on the drawing what the player is trying to do?
I mean, what I was planning is like, are you talking about like once the thing is drawn, how does the game recognize? Is that what you're asking?
Because two ideas basically, we might there's one way, a simple way, and that's just having a reference, and basically you try to draw something as close to the reference, and you can like either succeed or fail, um and the game will kind of like y- have bounds. Or maybe if you draw something where, like, for example, this line, it's like a 90-degree line. uh I don't know how I would do this, so I'm not sure about this, but based on what you draw, if the line goes to the left or basically to the right, then that's how you decide. Like, if I want like a rock or something, then I would draw like a straight line, or if I want something else, I would draw like a plus sign or something like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think gameplay wise, I think it would be better if we had some way to procedurally like recognize what is being drawn, because that way you have a bit more mystery. Um, but I think in terms of coding, it would be easier to have that sort of template that the player can choose from.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I think in terms of like the puzzle game, it would I think it would benefit from not having the template because that way like the player knows a bit less and like they kind of learn it themselves and they feel a bit more like of that aha moment when they get it themselves instead of when the game's telling them quote unquote. But
I agree, but
I
then
think
I
there's
think we
still
should
like
split the games
room for making it good with templates.
if we want to. If
Uh, I templates are definitely a lot easier.
Yeah, I think like, I think we should split. We should not do the combining of games if we want to go that more complicated route.
Yeah,
Because
I
that would
think
basically be a game on
probably
its own.
for the jam, I think we should stick with templates because it's better to go easier on the code because chances are the code is always like 2 times harder than you expect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was going to write down here is kind of like the mechanics that we would need to create a like a minimum viable product. So for what we were talking about the puzzle game, we need code for drawing, and then we just need code for drawing recognition. Uh,
Or
and I'll put in
template.
parentheses templates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with a template, we need like code to say, okay, you were within like you were 90% of the time on the line. So we give you a pass.
Yeah, yeah. It's just when you write the word recognition, it makes me think of like OCRs and like advanced recognition. But yeah, it'll be
Fair enough.
like
Yeah.
simple, just like figuring out where the pixels are and making sure they're within the bounds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or however, we can probably that might have to come up with a good way so that way they're not just like, it's like, I don't know. Basically, I
And
think the
then
template wouldn't be shown to the player, but the player would like need to know that basically there's a kind of template underneath in a kind of meta level way.
okay. Yeah. So I think for the puzzle game minimum viable product, what we need to get like the core code working is code for drawing, a way to recognize the template, we'd probably need a way to choose a template, so I'm gonna add that because probably just like a scroll thing where like you have some arrows left and right, and when you click them, it flips through the templates that you know.
Is
That's
minimal
probably
viable product that's the fun here a single material? Because we're basically doing like stripped down versions of two different games. So I think it
yeah,
would still be
probably
applicable.
starting with one material, and
Yeah.
then like if we have a way to like flip through the materials the same way that we flip through templates, that would be nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and then we need a way to basically have math that says, okay, you use this template if we have this material, and you drew it at like this angle. Now let's see. We use that code to see if there's something to be summoned. If so, we summon it, and then the summon will
Oh, if
have
you
an
think about
effect.
it that way, then more material would actually make it easier to code. Because you wouldn't like if we're having multiple templates, then how does it know which template to choose? I guess if it fulfills one, then that's the one, you know. Then it would kind of work. So
The
you
way
could
I
just
was
have
thinking,
it test all the templates, and if one works, then that's what happens.
the way I was thinking of having it is you have like your circle, and then you have like a template selector up here. So maybe you have like a plus symbol for your template. And then you can scroll like left or right, clicking the arrows. And like if you click left, maybe it'll pull up the next template, which is like a smiley face or something. I don't know. And then whatever you have selected up here, it'll have like an opaque version in the real summoning circle that the player can then draw over.
Oh, what
That
I
was
was
my
thinking
thought,
is a
but
little
I
bit
don't know.
more easier on the player, but probably a little bit. It's not that much work, but basically, we know, for example, there's a plus, there's a minus, or maybe like a wiggly line. How many templates should I create example for? Maybe just
That's fine.
two.
That's fine.
Um, basically, all you're because you're trying to do this while in the runner, so all you're given is that area to work with, uh, and before the game starts, or maybe there's some kind of intro to the game, uh, you're shown these symbols. Uh, so when they're in the runner, they can go ahead and attempt, and what happens in the back end is basically once like you know the drawing is there, then it basically checks this one. Does it work? No or yes. It checks this one. Does it work? No or yes. And let's say this one works. So then you would like do the whatever is supposed to happen after
Yeah.
you do the correct one. I think I
I
could do
like
that.
that, but I think for that to work, you would have to have the procedural recognition because if you don't, like, let's say you're trying to draw the plus symbol. So, like, the code is checking for this area. And let's say, the player draws it like this because they don't have the template, like, right in front of them as an opaque version. Um, if if the player doesn't have that to go off of, then unless the code can recognize it like for what it is without focusing on this core area, then it'll count it as wrong.
Oh, so it might be
You
more
see?
difficult for the player because
The
the player is okay. I
like
see.
the player would either have to draw exactly what the code wants without like the player having it in front of them, which would be difficult. Because like for instance, squarely line, like if the code's checking for this, what if the player, draws like this or something?
Well, then it would just be
And
wrong, and they would have to try again.
yeah,
But
but that would make for a frustrating player
yeah,
experience, which
yeah.
we don't want.
I think with
So
this
I think
idea,
that's
there's
I
more
think
room for
well
complicated templates. Sorry.
yeah. I think this one definitely has more room for complicated templates. I think this idea, I'm pretty sure you'd need the procedural thing where like an AI can recognize all these different things as plus symbols. You'd need the code to be able to take those different things and be like, okay, I know what those are.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it might be easy. I don't know too much about that kind of line of code
It
and how
depends
to do it.
on the templates we're trying to go for. It depends on a lot of stuff. I think
Yeah.
this idea right here is good, where you
Okay.
have a template selector. Yeah.
Yeah. And and then that would let you. So I think that's minimum viable product for the puzzle game. And then like from there, once we have that and we're like, okay, this is cool, that's when we can start giving the summons personality and like writing in their effects and giving an end goal. Like maybe the end goal is to get a summon to help you get out of this wizard library that you found yourself trapped in or something. Or maybe you're
Oh,
trying to find a summon that can give you a wish.
this might be important. For minimum viable product, should we try to focus on creating the endless runner, which will be more active for the player, and then uh, assuming there's scope left, then implement the puzzle game, like as a just in case, like as a truly
I
minimum
think
viable product.
I think we should definitely look at them and choose minimum, like choose one of them and go with that. So like I have 3 columns here. I was going to do the same thing as like what's the minimum viable code and do it for all 3 of these. And then, we look at those and we say, okay, let's start working on one of these. And then when the other 2 show up, they can give their ideas on these and other ideas.
Okay, yeah. At first I thought the puzzle game would lend itself really well to the endless runner, but it could also lend itself well to the action fighter as well.
Yeah.
So
And I
okay,
mean, we can take aspects from like one and move them on to another.
okay.
These are just initial ideas. And I will actually say, code for drawing, I've already got that in gamemaker.
Oh, okay. I
So
got
that's
mechanics for the endless runner, I guess.
okay, nice. Yeah. I just want to let you know. Okay, so for the endless runner, you've made an endless runner before, right? So if you
I've
can
made a
write down.
platformer, but an endless runner is just a different version of a platformer.
Well, we need generation of terrain,
Oh yeah, that's
quote
true.
unquote.
Um,
So we need it to generate as you're moving, or I guess slash enemies if it's one of those things where there's not like
what I was
platforms that come up in the way, but rather enemies that attack you.
what I was thinking
Um,
is basically uh when you're talking about an endless runner, there would be kind of variable levels, right? So uh, it is important that uh you need to be able to like vary your jump height, and then uh these varying levels have to be randomly generated. I have code, uh, basically walls that basically close. I've done that before. So basically, this is the equivalent of just a wall coming up from the ground, except it's just there as it generates as you're moving along, etc. So that's not too difficult. Um, but this type of thing, uh, it's more of just a general endless runner rather than sticking to the theme of summoning and magic and stuff. So,
well, I mean, summoning we can do a lot of that through just like story and atmosphere and like
okay.
but also like if we're going for more summon side and we want to move into mechanics, that's where the upgrades can come in. Where it's like because
Can
you
you say
could
that
be
again?
upgrading your summon. I said if if we're going for a mechanic, like one of the things we mentioned under the magic side is having that upgrade mechanic, upgrades that you can add, and that can kind of lend itself to the summon idea, where you're either like increasing the strength of your summoned creature, or you're swapping out for another one entirely,
Okay.
and that's the quote unquote player that you use during the endless runner.
For an endless runner, it's mainly gonna be focused on when I think of it. I think of it more as moving through stuff rather than uh fighting stuff. Would
Yeah, there's multiple options for endless runner types. The example I gave was like the example I showed from the itch page was more of like a fighting style, and instead of like platforms, you're avoiding, bullets and enemies and such.
Okay.
But like you can also do endless runner with, you know, um, platforms. I think both lend themselves well. I think it's just a question of choosing.
Okay. Because the platforms that might be a little bit more difficult to think uh think but maybe like we could reward the player for choosing upgrades that make the player go faster or something like that. Um and that would in turn make the game a little bit more difficult or something like that.
Yeah. Speed is a hard one in terms of balance, because usually the way that endless runners ramp up the difficulty, if they're only using terrain, is that they slowly increase the player speed until it basically becomes unplayable.
Yeah.
Um, so like if we have an upgrade that increases speed, like I feel like increasing speed is more of a debuff, so you have to couple it with something else. Either that or make the upgrade where it decreases your speed, perhaps, or decreases the rate at which your speed increases.
Oh. Oh, decrease the okay, I like that.
Yeah. And then in terms of Action Fighter, I'm not entirely sure what the code for the minimum viable product is, since we haven't really like thought
I
about how that would work out.
I think just yeah, the idea wasn't really expanded much.
Yeah.
Um when I think of action fighter, I think of top down. I think generally when I did like player fighting enemy in my game, uh I made it so that a player object basically goes towards the player and you can do damage. Something
Yeah.
simple like that.
Probably the easiest to code. It's not necessarily an action fighter, but like a reverse bullet hell, kind of like Brotato or games like that.
I haven't played many bullet hell games, so I'm not sure what you mean by reverse bullet hell. Like
Look up Brotato. It's a pretty popular game. I think it's on Steam. Um, but it's an example of like a simple yet successful version of the game. Basically,
oh, is
your player. It's kind of. I think Vampire Survivors is
I was just about to
another
say that
version.
Vampire Survivors. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So kind of those styles of game. I think that would be the easiest to code. It wouldn't give as much player agency. The player agency would more come in terms of like what upgrades they choose and how they move. Um, so like there wouldn't be as much in terms of like strategic combos or anything like that. But it's an option.
Yeah, that would be easy to code. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Um.
I don't know. Yeah. Out of these ideas that we've talked about so far, which one do you want to get like kind of a head start on in terms of like while we wait for the others?
Let me refresh the mirror board real quick because I'm lost on
Yeah.
it. Okay, there we go. Hmm. It's hard to decide. Do you think the hmm. Because if I
I
start
think
if I
probably I think in terms of the game, I think Endless Runner would probably be a little easier to make, but have like
im-
less personality and impact on the player. I think because the Endless Runner, it's mostly on the code side. The puzzle game, it would require a bit more quote unquote level design, as well as like some character design and stuff for the summons. Because I think the puzzle game, like while it might not, like once we get past the code, we're not done with like making the game, if that makes sense.
but I think let's say they come in, right, and they choose an idea. I think we're more likely to be able to add or adapt the puzzle game rather than the endless runner. For example, let's say they wanted to make a tower defense game. The endless runner movement code and all that would be thrown out. So I think maybe you can talk to me about how you have your code for your drawing. Just talk to me about it, and then maybe that'll help me. Uh,
Yeah.
that'll be
Okay.
beneficial.
I'll share my screen and then I can also share the code with you.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's just a quick thing I made a while back uh, while following a tutorial. So let me share. A lot of this actually came from a tutorial that I can link to you, and you can get some of the code on there. I only edited it slightly, but the way it works is you've got a script and then you've got your main object. And the main object is going to basically create a surface and establish some things for your brush. And basically checks where the mouse is. It starts out with creating and saving the surface. And then if the mouse is being clicked down, it sets stuff related to the brush and then it draws a line by creating circles around your mouse, and that's from this script here. I don't pretend that I know exactly how it works, but you create circles where the mouse currently is, and you kind of link them up with previous circles um, using this function here. And there's some more stuff you kind of set up to make it work, but that's pretty much how the code is. So if I click play,
It's pretty interesting. I had a different initial idea on how I would make it, but I think using the inbuilt draw stuff is actually probably like
hang on,
uh
I gotta share my screen again.
yeah, that's fine. It's probably
Yeah,
like uh quicker and easier.
yeah.
But that's pretty
So you're
cool.
able to draw pretty quickly with the mouse on here, and then you could have a button you could click to like erase everything. And if you have your summoning sigil, you can draw whatever summoning thing you're supposed to draw, like a basketball.
So the main thing I'd have to figure out here is either kind of uh uh maybe if we do if I am working on this puzzle game, just give me uh like just copy paste the script into the Discord, and then I think I might either have to like once I know how that like works,
Yeah, I'll
just by
send
reading it,
you.
then
Yeah, I'll send you the tutorial itself because you've got a lot more coding experience, so you'd probably like
I think
understand some of the things better than I would.
I
Because
just
like,
I just need the code itself because the main
yeah,
thing is the output of whatever, like the location, the XY, all the stuff you're drawing. I need that information. So having it
okay.
in the inbuilt draw function, I might change that aspect of it, or I might keep it the same if I could figure out a way to do it. So
Yeah, Windows. I'll build create executable package as a zip, and then I'll send it to you. And then I'll also send you the tutorial that's based on.
you're giving me the
And
project file, right? You're zipping the project file.
yeah, I'm zipping the project file. I
Okay,
can,
yeah, yeah.
I
You could
don't
just send
know.
that
I'll see
over.
if I can send it directly through Discord. If not, we can briefly create a GitHub or something.
I think it didn't look like that much code. I'm not sure if there's more to
Yeah,
it.
it's not a ton. It's not a
So
ton.
um, if the project file is too big, which
No, it works. It works.
okay.
All right, yeah. And here's the tutorial I based it on. You have to, it's made in a previous version, so like the Surface, I'm pretty sure it was the Surface Create. I had to edit it slightly to get it to work, but like it's pretty obvious what you need to change from that. Of course, so you can either get the files directly from the tutorial or you can use the zip I sent you.
Yeah, I downloaded it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's how I did the drawing. Of course, if you come up with a better system, feel free to use it. But yeah,
yeah, I just find it better when I have it like generally uh one thing for sure is during these game jams, it's way better to if there's an inbuilt function for it, use the inbuilt function for it. But uh the more creative you want to be with whatever you're programming, you might have to end up going a little bit more from scratch and kind of like not using those inbuilt functions and creating your own functions and then kind of like mapping it out. But I think uh, so. Do you want me to? Okay, so I got two options. Either do you read the what's it called? The hold on 1 second. Okay, there we go.
what are the two options?
Read
Yeah, I think I
the
lost you in
thing.
terms of voice.
Test. Okay, my bad. Either
I can
read
hear
the
you.
thing, or um, uh, we're basically trying to get started with something. Uh, Meanwhile, uh, our other team members come in to uh,
Yeah,
um,
I mean,
solidify an idea.
I think probably the thing to get started on, if we wanted to get started on the code, is set up something that displays a template, and then when you draw on the template, like if you draw correctly, it recognizes it. Because that's some code that, like you were saying, it we could apply it to other games if we wanted.
Yeah, it could be like a
like you were kind of
yeah.
talking about with Endless Runner.
Yeah.
So if we want a starting point without knowing which game specifically, I think that's a good starting point.
Okay, we could get started on it.
Yeah.
Do you want to also throughout this project? I'm gonna be committing stuff to uh this repo, right?
Yeah.
Uh, do you want me to uh add you as some sort of like contributor so that way you could just commit and push to the master branch anytime you write code and I could pull it down and
Yeah,
stuff
that
like
would be
that.
nice.
Uh,
Yeah.
so do you have a GitHub account or something like that?
Yeah, let me pull it up really quick. GitHub. Okay. 1 moment. Okay, do you just need my username or?
Yeah, I just need to search for it. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, it's just my Discord username, but I'll send it to you as well. So Dragon Spratling, one word.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, it says pending invite. Oh, did you? Oh, it says you have been added as a collaborator.
Nice.
Oh wait, did I add you to the right project? I think I added you to one of my old projects. Oops. Sorry. That's LD54.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't come through on my side yet. I'm sure I'll see it in a little bit.
Uh, I think you might just be able to try, uh, pull up. These you're using Windows, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I added you to a right repo. I think you might be able to set it up. Hold on. I can share my screen again.
Yeah, I just got the invitation for 54, so I'll get the invitation for 55 in just a moment. There we are.
Yeah.
But I'm in.
Okay, so you should be able to like open uh git bash, clone the repo, set the upstream, and
Yeah.
then be able to change something, commit, and push the
Okay.
commit message, I think.
Yeah. I think let me check. I'm probably gonna be working on music for a bit, just because in about an hour I'm gonna leave for the airport, and I'll have a lot of free time at the airport. I just need to get there early to make sure, you know,
Yeah,
nothing
that's
bad
fine.
happens and I get like stuck in TSA or anything. So I'll be probably while I'm going on the metro.
Uh, yeah, that's fine. The it's just a quick little setup thing, just in case you wanted to write code at any point during the jam, and stuff like that. Okay. I'm gonna read this. Yeah, it's like 3 commands. I could tell you them. If you, yeah, yeah. Uh, I'm sorry. I'm copy and pasting something, I think. So this is, I had to run a few commands to set up, um, you know, set up the repo. But basically, here, it's basically, it's a little bit more specific. But basically, instead of git init, you're just gonna do git clone and then the repo link. And then after you cloned it, you might have to do git config, the email stuff. And once you cloned it, you basically have your local repo on your system. And then to add the actual repo, you do git remote add. And I'm not sure if you have to do the upstream origin master, but basically after you do this, after you do get remote add, you basically try to push. And if it errors out, then you know you have to do something else. If it doesn't, then you're good. And you'll be able to check the actual GitHub page to see if your changes went through and stuff like that. Mhm. You think the music mainly depends on like kind of time and world setting? So do you think generally we're more likely to go with like older or newer futuristic stuff, or do you think we're gonna go older history type stuff? What do you think is gonna end up happening? I think with the puzzle game, is that I don't think that's pixel art, right? I think for the puzzle game aspect, we should probably uh yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get started on reading and coding. Yeah. I don't have much experience, and the generally, I want to specialize in being able to make games by myself. So I think most of the Ludum Dares I'm gonna participate in the future are gonna be solo, but I do want to every now and then scramble up a team to do a jam with. So because I think that's important. Oh well, that's just I don't know. uh, I I I think I just mainly when I first was like, okay, I'm gonna join a team, right? I was like, I can use I could join a team. It doesn't matter the engine. It doesn't matter uh, if they want to control the repo. But uh, in this, uh, in this like right currently, I think I'm gonna be uh, here, and I'm gonna. It's gamemaker. I'm familiar with it, so I think I want to just uh, just have just be organized in the way I'm normally organized. But I think that organization maybe like it's not like a team leader type of thing, right? So it's a little bit different. But because was I wanted to like set up everything in advance or whatever, then I was like, okay, I guess I could technically make a little bit more decisions than I initially planned, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Uh, and that probably just comes with like the amount of time I can estimate based on me having done this before. But like my current thoughts, the thing is I have to be a little bit like I've went from start to end, right? In the 72-hour period, and I know like, oh, I spent a little bit too much time focused on art or this, but I have to keep in mind that I'm kind of shooting just for a better than average ranking with whatever we make. I think I would be pretty happy with that because generally it's actually pretty. I'm not sure if it's because in jams, uh, the team is able to create like a better, higher ranking game than someone doing solo in the jam. Maybe that affects my rankings, but uh, I currently I think spending two. It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes on 2 hours and 20 minutes plus on planning and theme ideas is definitely more than I have ever done. In fact, what conventionally happens for me during these jams is something happens and I spend maybe an hour troubleshooting something at the start, but it takes me like 30 minutes or I have already come up with what I want to do at this point, if that makes sense. So Yeah, and I think one thing that makes it is probably gonna make it okay is that because I got through my own ideas by myself really quickly to get started quickly because there was a lot of work to do. I think with the introduction of someone's doing art while I'm programming, that by itself would mean it's probably okay to spend 5 hours honing in on an idea and making sure everyone is motivated to work because that'll just it'll end up being a good game because more work will get done faster in terms of content and scope, if that makes sense. So yeah. Yeah. Ye- yeah, yeah. Uh, uh, do we tell them that we're working on the what's it called puzzle game? Um, I'm trying to think about it. I think for sure there would be influence to kind of uh they've put work into this, therefore we should kind of include that into their decision. But um, if we don't tell them that we're working on the puzzle game and they choose something very different, then uh, I don't know. Then our decision is like, do we try to uh, kind of incorporate the puzzle game or try to just you know we would probably have to talk to them. Yeah, yeah, and it's not much for like hopefully they're around, but um it's not like a ton of work. Yeah, it's a little bit crazy that did you wake up early because of a flight? Is that why? Or is your sleep schedule just really that messed up? Oh wow. Um yeah, that's pretty early. Um, I'm in community college right now. Uh, I haven't really like flown to many places or traveled much. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Does. Okay. Um. Okay. Service is like in other words, think of it like a separate room where you could draw whatever you want. And in other words, think of it like a separate room where you could draw whatever you want. And oh, hold on, I got it. Okay, never mind. I'll make sure everything's working here. Test. Okay, that's fine. I'm still live. Audio bitrate. Test. Okay, that works. Okay, in other words, think of it like a separate room where you could draw uh, whatever you want and collectively draw everything in that room on the current screen with a single function. To create a service, you use service create and store its ID in a variable. Create a service. You can draw stuff onto it by setting it to targets. So the target is the surface. And then you can draw a sprite on it on the surface. Not on the screen. Surface reset target. The function at the end is used to reset the target because you no longer want to keep drawing on that surface. Okay, that makes sense. Then you can draw the surface to the screen. Draw surface. The screen, whatever you draw by the default. Surface memory. After you're done, you should remove it. However, sometimes the surface will be out of it. So, you should check whether it exists. If it doesn't, recreate it. Okay. So if the service, this is safety stuff. Paint example. Now we built a little paint layout. So brush size. Add this to recreate this. So this seems to run every frame. Now let's come to the main part in the draw event. Here we'll add this generic draw event. So the circle. Size of the circle, fill or no fill is what I'm guessing those arguments are. Surface set target. Draw surface. Okay, we can easily extract the data out here. I have an idea for it. So basically, you have your mouse X and mouse Y positions. You could probably add that into whatever form of array gamemaker has. I'm worried that maybe might be a little bit too much. So after drawing is drawn, I have to clear it. I guess it's obvious. I guess it would be better, uh, just in case. So let me if I close even. Okay, so um, how do you do this? It's called to do list. So for drawing, just in case by not on drawing, drawing works. It just uh um it'll probably work. I literally have never had any problems with uh arrays and stuff like that. I don't know. It seems to you can't hold the data, then there would be no undo buttons in programs. Uh, we could just put the data in an array, um, and we'll have that data passed to a global object function or wherever it needs to be. So we will have the visual. The service gets deleted. It will be repaid. That's fine. The service gets deleted. This is fine. This doesn't matter in this application. So you need to find some way to save surface. That's where buffers come in. Buffers. Uh, I don't think this is necessary. Um, I can figure out if I. This is an optimization. That probably the user wouldn't really care that much about, but it's a time here. If it's time, then I'll do it. Uh, I think, but it's probably not that hard to. Uh, Basically, the code is already here, but just keeping things simple at first. To fix this, we'll use a custom script and call it draw circle line. Uh, we're basically the we basically saved the old point. Yeah, here. This is something I would do. Save the old point into two variables. I'm pretty sure I have this somewhere. And then those 2 points, you draw the distance, right? You draw a line between those 2 points. Color. Coloring is simple. Okay. So I probably do want to use this for this. Okay, so how do we need to change this for this idea? Template. Basically, I think maybe for test purposes, so that way I could come up with uh, I'll create a template that is. Okay, so let me think about this. So if we're gonna do that, I think based on what we talked about with this aspect, I think we want the template to be so we have a line, right? So the important thing is at this point, the distance. Um, oh, all right. Miss Healthy. Making sure. So basically a template for this would probably look something like, so if a template for a circle looks like this, then template for a line. Straight line would look like this. Basically, what I'm thinking here, for this, it's easy. Basically, you pick any point here. You travel in both directions. Dude, if I wanted to do some calculus stuff, I could find the tangent line, find the perpendicular to the tangent line, and then see where it crosses. That's only for the circle. I'd have to do some crazy stuff for a whole bunch of different stuff. So I need a way. Basically, each dot, right, on the thing is basically an object, right? And what it would do, it would travel in all directions till it hit the point. And there will be a line drawn. And it will try to find the another dot. Basically. That's that's the way, one way it'll work, but that wouldn't work with the line. That would be a simple way to do it with a circle. And it might be intensive here. Probably not. You can do it with a few points. And you can even manually code it in. So it checks only those. But technically, you could do something like dash, 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 dash. It's slower than making a circle, but you get the idea. So right here, I think one thing we can do is declare these points. Uh, uh, and as long as you just do that, then you're good. So is there a simple way to do this? These things are basically lines that cut through. Hard programmed lines. So these are hard coded lines depending on the template. So let's say we wanted to design a template that does like this. We can display whatever. This doesn't matter. This is a sprite. So this right here is a sprite. Hard coded lines. And we know this value. So then we draw the line wherever we want to draw it. And we also know this value. And from there, we what's it called? We know this point. So with this value and this value, we come up with a line. And does this point does 1 equal 1? Or does 1 equal 2? Basically, we would because we don't know which point to choose. We would have to check all the points, which wouldn't be good. Computers are fast at math. I'll do it. So we're gonna have to do 4 point drawn a line. So 4 point in drawn line. Check if crosses line. And honestly, I could do the manual math to find the could do manual math for the line. Or since I have maybe time right now, I could come up with. Well, honestly, there's probably like a online tutorial thing anyway. Does the line have to be bounded? The line does have to be bounded. Uh, mm, we have to check if the x point is greater than p1 of line, or basically the first boundary. Okay, here. You have p1y and then p2y. X point has to be basically in between those points, or not the y point, and then same with x. Okay, that's easy enough. Okay, so I figured out how to do templates. Uh-oh. I need audio. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Cut out just for a second. Test, 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 test. I'm gonna do templates. Next up, do I implement it? I guess content to showcase. Might as well. How I'm gonna implement it, I don't want. Just to make sure. It has to be a surface of a certain resolution. So we might have to like. So okay. I need to ask. Test. Hello, hello. If you're around, I want to ask a question. Um, so this where this window, right, where you draw stuff on. Uh, no matter do we want the ability to be able to pop it up anytime throughout the game, or are we for sure set that we're gonna have it as like you open the game or something, and this you're in this room that you draw on, and then once that happens, then you go into the game, and we'll have a variable or something like that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Maybe not for the options in case someone really needs to like turn down the volume or something like that, but yeah, for starting and stuff like that. Um, I think so I should make it uh be able to pop up. I think what I'm gonna do as a temporary, just to show it works, is on key press you could pop up this window. And I think um now you got me thinking about um the like the main menu. Do we want to be able to like? Does that mean we have to be able to move the window? Well, the thing about like the thing about like the reason why I'm asking this now is the thing about like creating that like dynamic window is uh generally it might have to be kind of uh to have a static window adapted to a dynamic window is takes a lot more time than just thinking of it as a dynamic window to start with. So but hold on, let me maybe I'll mute for a second and think about it. How I could do a dynamic window, and then I'll come back in a second. I think it's I think it's pretty easy to make it movable now that I think about it. But one thing is you're okay that it's, for example, if we were to pick like this window is like, I don't know, like 600 by 300. It I, resizing that kind of doesn't make sense with the way I'm gonna do the templates and the way I'm gonna figure out that the line is within the templates. So the window can't be resizable if that's okay. At least it would be a little bit complicated for me to figure that out, I think. Uh I think the way that that works is basically a game room is like a set size, and whenever you so let's say where our full we want to make all our textures, and the game is basically 1600 by 900, which is a little bit less than 1080p, right? uh, and so that it pops up initially at 1600 by 900, and then you could full screen it to 1920 by 1080, but it'll just be stretched. So the actual values in terms of like the game and what the game is using, like the sprite will still be a certain amount of pixels tall and wide. I think you'll still be able to like resize the actual window of the game, uh, but yeah. So yeah. Okay. So Uh, non-resizable movable window. I got it. Okay. I'll like the actual game window, right? Is what you're talking about? Because there's like it's a little bit confusing because we're talking about a window within a window, so the vocabulary is a bit. Unless you want me to like figure out how to resize the window within the window without the outer window being resized. Oh yeah, no. We can decide that together, and I want to make us to make templates together. But I'm just kind of uh like let's say we were to make it half the screen, we wouldn't be able to resize it to like full screen, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. I agree. Okay, that makes it easier on me. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'll mute because I tend to talk through my thoughts. Okay, yeah, no problem. Okay. So you're leaving before our other team members. This makes planning together a little bit more difficult, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that 2 hour window. I'm just like, because one of our team members said they would be around. I think uh during that meeting, if they're if they're not within that 2-hour window, we still have to like plan worst case scenario. What happens there? Yeah. Okay. Planning. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so I'm okay with this. This seems good. Okay. Oh, I could start explaining a little bit, but yeah. Or maybe just like, yeah, have them come up with ideas and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, see you in however much time. Okay. Yep. Talk with you soon. See you. Yep. Bye. I probably shouldn't have left the call. Okay. I'm on the road again. Okay. Here we go. Uh. Okay. So let's do this. Fun coding. Coding is fun. Fun is coding. Okay. Hopefully I'm not rusty or anything. Uh-oh. Spooky. Idea of being rusty in coding. Okay. Um, this seems like a simple for loop check, just a bit of thought. Um, and honestly, for the math functions, if I really wanted to do this, this just a little printable. Okay, but maybe I'll try not to. Okay, just in case. Worst case scenario. I don't want to spend 2 hours struggling with an idea that might not be in the game. So, uh, uh, so let me just before I forget everything we talked about. Non-resizable, but movable. Basic. Uh, honestly, each of these can be separate objects. So I'm not sure what this is, but I'm thinking of maybe something like you have your this, which is colored, right? And then you have a smaller version. Basically, that's the circle, and then this would be circle, which means basically uh, this would be, there would be a surface here, and there would be a background object, right? Uh, and then this can be a separate object. Just planning stuff out, you know? Okay. Um, uh, so we don't even need O player here. We just need, what is it called? We can probably call it something generic. Puzzle game. So we can call this, oh, oh. I wonder if I'm doing too much on this mirror board. I'm worried that it's gonna like break or something. Oh, puzzle. Background. And oh, puzzle. Call it magic. Um, and then we have, oh, temp, temp selector. Create those objects. Uh, oh, puzzle background. Uh, and then, oh, it doesn't, let me rename quickly. Oh, puzzle. I wonder if Shift R does anything. Puzzle draw, right? Call it oh puzzle draw. Makes a little bit more sense than magic. And template selector. Uh, Preferences. Shift. Rectangle fill tool. Now we're good. Okay, so now I can create stuff like, oh, S. Puzzle background. Right, that is, we can just temporary. I'm thinking Give me 100 by 100 for now. Uh, Color, probably something like this. Ugly, but whatever. Temporary. And then oh, we could probably just draw the spider. We don't even need the background like that because we could draw the sprite on the surface, right? Temp select. Do we want left and right functions? Left and right objects. Let's just do it now. Oh, probably. Do we need a creative? This is where we're gonna if how do I do toggles? I know via my last game map. Real quick. God, there's so many objects in here. And you control F actually. Called it persistence again this time. Oh, we can add this. Does this thing have a create event? God, this needs the star values. Okay, okay, that much. We can worry about audio later. Not in persistent. I think we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I got this. I got this. Maybe I did have O player just on it. I'll use check pressed. That's what we're gonna use here. If keyboard. Just do word jack. Getting stuff up and running. Um. Uh, it's a little inconvenient. That. Okay. Pop this out again. Um. Hello. Test. Good morning. um. Hold on. Oh, also. By the way, I'm streaming. Not sure if you mind or not. Uh, I'm also gonna share screen on Discord as well once screen, so I could pop stuff out. Hold on. How do I? I did it earlier when DS was here. I was able to pop up this. Oh, here it is. Pop out. Okay. I'm very happy with the theme. I like this. Thank you. It's like here. Okay. So, I will explain, or maybe you should. Okay. I'll explain to you, what we talked about and what I'm doing right now. And then once our other team member comes in, then I can explain it to him too. It's fine. Okay. So, mainly, at first I came up with my own idea, but me and DS agreed that it would be hard to get it up and running quickly. So what we did is we went onto the mirror board, and we started coming up with a lot more general ideas, and then from there, I liked a few ideas, and I have experience combining ideas. So I one of the two combinations I'm currently working on, something that could be, depending on what we choose, it could be combined with any game. But on the mirror board, we just wrote down ideas for games. But if you have any ideas we didn't come up with much. If you can come up with more ideas, then that would be cool. Um, maybe I could turn the this out off quickly. Uh, test, 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 test. Hopefully I don't cut out anymore. You can still hear me, right? Okay. So basically, if you can help us come up with ideas, or if you also on the mirror board, there's a lot of ideas. If you like pick one that you like, or if you want me to explain one of the ideas, I can. Um, uh, what do you mean by concepts? But yeah, sure. I'm just coding a bit, so take your time, or just think about the theme or something. I'm gonna uh mute, but if you need me, then I'll be here. No problem. So next up, I'm working on test is a toggle. Test. Test. Okay, we're good. Basically, next up I'm working on is a toggle. Uh, okay, this old method works. Okay. Um, Uh, that probably has to be capital. I think we're just doing it since destroy, right? There will only be one of these, so this should work. And it's the same, it doesn't matter. Okay. Um, uh, you can help come up with ideas. Choose the ideas that you like. Um, and maybe you can help me. A bit. I know DS. I think he started a little bit on music. I think. Um, you can. Do you plan on doing a bit of coding throughout the gym? Do you have a GitHub account and stuff? Oh, you have account but no repositories. Basically, just send me your username, and then I can add you to uh the project GitHub. That way, you can make changes. You can clone the repo, make changes, and push the code. And if you need any help with that, then I can help you out. That's fine. If you need any help with GitHub or anything like that, I'll be able to help you out. But just send me your GitHub username so that way I could search for you and add you as a contributor to the project. And take your time. Okay, now I need a draw begin event. Test. Uh, yeah, create the service. Delete. Um, it's fine. You could create a new account. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. It's fine. Uh, the okay. Let me figure out. Okay, I'm just figuring out. Gonna add you. Give me a bit. Okay, so in a bit, it might take a little bit, but in a bit, you should get something uh, in a second. If that makes sense. It's a LD55. I think. No, it's fine. I understand you're fine. Okay. Um. Okay. Do you wanna set up um the project in a Git, or do you wanna plan out ideas and stuff like that? Yeah. You wanna plan out ideas for a bit? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Test, test, test. Not sure if this is gonna work, but it should be pretty easy to test it out. And then I could diagnose it. Um, is that it? Okay. We should be able to test this out in a bit here. Oh, give me a second. Test this. This is actually this one. Cover. You can test. Wow. Using. Um, uh, is very in depth. Manage. So part is more futuristic. That'll probably affect the music a whole lot. And honestly, that might get rid of the puzzle aspect that I'm currently working on. Uh, uh, okay. Pop, 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 pop. Should be good. Here. Okay, we're pretty much done with the code. I just better brush and probably free up memory. Does not matter. Does not matter. Nothing wrong with it. Or probably want it. Uh, Size. Yeah, add a couple of things to the room. I think we need a room before that. And enable audio room. Uh, I will eventually change it, whatever. First, how do you swap these? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. So in this, we're just gonna temporarily add creation code room underscore go to. We're just gonna forcefully go to the next room temporarily. And in that room, we need O persistent. We need O game for sure. The rest we don't need. First run of the game. Okay. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Is it just called instances? It's probably just called instances. Uh, I was supposed to hold it, but no, that can't be it. Can I add a sprite to this value? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna comment that this uh, and add a sprite. See if that works. Yeah, that's fine. And what? Is this uh what's I forget how to say. I was having a lot of audio troubles when we had that first meeting. How do you guys say your name? Uh how do you uh how do you say your name? Uh I can't hear I can't hear if he's talking. If okay. And then yours? What was yours? Vi? Vi. Uh uh Your the GitHub Danesh is how I'd guess I'd pronounce that. I'm not sure if that's correct. Is it pronounced Danesh? Close enough. Okay. Um, I forgot. I was gonna do something, but I forgot. Um, okay. Let me grab that text file. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. So the like does so your board are you like are you both the horde and the boss? If that makes sense. Or oh, okay. Oh, so you're not like the main character of the story. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah, it's like a little bit like a tower defense, but it's different because the boss probably moves around a bit, so or has like abilities or something. Uh okay, that's a new idea. Uh it's totally possible, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Yep. That's just. I might. What I'm trying to figure out is why the surface isn't being limited to 100 by 100. Okay. I think this isn't what I think it is. I need to look up the actual specific function. Hello. Hi. So basically, me and DS uh planned and talked about ideas, and we did a lot of writing stuff down on the mirror board. If you want to look at that, and if you want to see um which ideas you like or don't like, and we didn't add a whole bunch of ideas. We just added some ideas. So if you want to add your own ideas, come up with new ideas, stuff like that, for sure. We'll, and then like meanwhile, and then once DS comes back in a bit, we can together uh make sure that we choose an idea that we're going with. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to be on the mirror board, but if you want to look at it to see our ideas, then you're gonna have to look at the mirror board. Pharmacist? No, not really. Yeah, eventually get my PhD. Um, yeah, if you need me to explain, yeah, yeah, it shouldn't take too long. Basically, if you have any new ideas, and then uh, uh, we can then, if you want me to explain stuff, well, I'm pretty sure Danish can hear most of the stuff on the board. So it'll be fine. Just me explain it to both of you. Um, that'll work. We could do it now. I'm pretty sure he's muted, but he can hear us. I think. Yeah. Oh, actually, I think he went to do something, and then he said he was gonna come back and then work on ideas. So maybe uh give him a bit of time. Yeah. For now, you can just create new ideas or yeah. If the mirror board goes blank, you can refresh it. Okay. Oh, also, by the way, there's a little bit of static coming from your microphone. I'm not sure if you have the Discord, Crispin. Uh, that's fine. If you need to say anything, you can. I'll be muted. And then you can unmute, and then it'll be fine. Okay. Test, test, test. Oh, OBS cut out. Better go. Hopefully I'm still around. Yeah, it was only like minor disconnect. I gotta stop flicking through tabs by loading up my RAM. VM is probably gonna crash. Um, I need to figure out this. So when a surface is first created, it might contain noise. There's so many. I thought this was an engine. I thought one function equals doing one thing. You know, but I guess this is like a lower level part of the engine. Um, like actually creating surfaces and dealing with video memory. It's not the abstracted stuff. Highly recommended that all surfaces with the size that is power 2. Uh, oh, dang. Oopsie daisy 256. Good that I read that. I like doing powers of 2 anyway. Optionally, okay. Okay, let me this. Oh. That's fucking between. Okay, how's my system doing before I run a socket connection here? Using a lot of memory. mainly from Google and OBS. Not a lot of CPU. How is GPU? GPU is a K. I think we're good. Open up another command prompt here. Python right here. Technically, I don't need a run Python client, but let's see. Basically, what am I asking? Well, there's typos, but whatever. Let's see. I don't think it'll. Come on. I don't think it'll give it to me. Come on, let's go. Um, you didn't get it. You don't understand. Oh, there we go. Come on. Can we give it a big brain? Yeah, big brain. Yeah, big brain. Yeah. We could check. We can check this. Since we're gonna do we're gonna draw lines between the points anyway. Less points. Uh, Um, test. For a second there, I thought I left it on the back screen. So basically, we have x. So the function would just return this. Just assume assumes quadrant 1, but I believe it's quadrant 4. Should still work. Is it gonna bug me about inconsistent tabbing? Like Python? Not sure if JavaScript does or not. Okay, yeah, I have to take that quadrant into account, but it works though. There we go. I think we want to be able to easily move this depending on. So we created 256 by 256 border, and then these values. A draw event can't have a sprite, right? It cannot. Or maybe it's just blocked. Let me figure out background here. I might have to do it on drop again. Um, ooh. It doesn't draw over it though. Let me check the draw function for gamemaker maybe. There we go. We cannot draw over it. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Now I guess I can implement the event sign stuff. Discord. 1 second. Are we all here? One second. Test. Hopefully my video memory isn't like dying because this stuff isn't being freed. Game closes. Uh, uh, test. Oh, oh, uh, test. Okay. Um, do you want me to explain what I'm doing right now? Uh, oh wait, 1 second, 1 second. My bad. Okay, I can hear you now. That was my bad. I asked. I asked. Do you want me to explain? I can't hear you that well. Are you able to turn? I can explain it in the mirror board actually. Um, so what I'm working on is the puzzle game. Hold on. Are you able to see my mouse? Uh, so the puzzle game, uh, basically what me and DS came up with is I like the idea of an endless runner or an action fighter, and I also liked his idea of the puzzle game. So what I thought of doing is basically we can have like basically multiple games. Basically, the puzzle game can influence the endless runner and stuff like that. So basically, because uh because maybe we can add the puzzle game to whatever we create, it makes sense for me to start working on the puzzle game because we can add that to a lot of other games. It's the one that's able to be adapted to the most. So if you look a little bit to the left here, there we basically created the idea for the puzzle game where you have basically this menu pop up, and what happens is you're given like a page, and your goal is to there's gonna be uh like something like this, and which is basically a template, and you're supposed to kind of draw the symbol within the template. Um, and if it's within template, then that means that whatever action, like for example, right here, there's this it says summon effect here, um, will happen, or maybe the action is for example, there will be like an upgrade or something, if that makes sense. Like if you get this part correct, then you'll get rewarded in some way, if that makes sense. So, um, do you want me to explain what I just did and what I'm about to do? I maybe if you turn up your microphone. Um, okay. Sorry, it's just I have you at 200%. Um, that's louder, so that's probably better. So, do you want me to explain uh what I did and what I'm gonna do? Um, yeah. Right now I'm adding sigils because we can use the sigils for anything. One thing that DS said is we could use this to even start the game. So, it's like for example, if you want to start the game, you can do like an S. You can write an S or draw an S. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like it's magical and it's like related to the theme and stuff like that. Yeah. So right now, I basically hold on. I have to refresh the page, the memory board. Right now, I basically have the ability to draw. Next thing uh, is the template stuff. So for like figuring out if you're like within the border, um, I basically wrote down this stuff. So basically, when you draw something, all the points will get stored. So um uh then with those points, we can check if that point is inside the template. If that makes sense. Uh, did I use what? I'm gonna use an array to store the points. Oh, hold on 1 second. Um, uh, can you can you repeat like 10 seconds, just real quick? Sorry. You were saying you thought of a system and then oh you gave me an idea. What if we have um basically we have a few different objects. Uh, so one object can be like this, another object can be like this, another object can be like this. And basically, in order to make this circle right, in order to make something like this, basically one of these objects will be right here. And if the line is inside of it, then that means it's okay. But if there's a line on the outside, then that means it's not okay. We can do it that way. I think this idea, if you're worried about frame rate, this idea uses a lot more math to figure out whether the points are colliding. And computers are really good at math, so the frame rate shouldn't be a problem here. Um, so like basically the only check here is uh we're just gonna go through the list once and check if a line hits. So um it's only a few checks depending on the template. One thing I plan on doing is just implementing like a test. Oops, a test template, which is just a line, and then Once I do that, I'll be able to we can together as a group come up with more complicated um templates. Um, so maybe if you're looking at my screen now, um, I'm gonna run the game. Right now, if I press E, basically the background loads, and then I could draw over it. Um, One thing I think I'm gonna quickly do is make the drawing like line an actual line and not points, and then after while I'm doing that, uh, well, the thing is I know how this works, so one thing is basically this object, right? Uh, in GameMaker, uh, it's it's right here. Um, One thing I want to be able to do is to make it movable. So if you move this to the right, uh, then if you move it to the right and then you run the game, uh, and then press E, it'll be towards the right, and then you draw on the right. Like I can't draw right here, but I could draw right here. But if I move right here, then I can draw. I want to be able to like move that wherever. Does that make sense? And you can help me with that. Meanwhile, I do the template and line stuff. Uh, OP. I called it something weird. It's O puzzle, draw, but OPZDW, and also this currently isn't in the GitHub, so I'll commit, and then you can clone the repo, and then you'll be able to see that code. Give me a quick second. So the way I figured out how to do the border is I had to manually restrict where the mouse can move. Because otherwise you would be able to draw all over the screen, and I want to be able to draw within like a window, if that makes sense. Uh, 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 Git status. Okay, it's uploaded. It's on the repo. Uh, can I check if you're on the GitHub? Oh, let me collaborators. It says it's waiting for your response. I'm not sure how Dragon Sprout did it, but he looked somewhere, maybe notifications, and was able to accept the invite. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not sure how DS did it, but maybe if you check your notifications on top right or somewhere, you should be able to accept or something the invite. Okay, it looks like you're in. Yeah. Do you use Windows? Are you on Windows? Uh, can you repeat that? I didn't hear it. Okay, Windows 11. Do you have Git installed already, or do you have a Git for Windows installed? Um, basically, uh, actually, you might be able to do it within GameMaker. If you go to source control and then clone repository on the top left. Um, if not, oh, do you still need Git? Basically, what I did is I just typed into Git for Windows, and then I just downloaded it and went through the setup, basically all the defaults, and then that should get you everything you need. And Git bash is how I cloned the repo. So uh, I don't. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Probably not. No, you'd have to. You'd have to commit and push and set the upstream. It's fine. I'd be able to tell if you. Um, the great thing about Git is being able to go back and revert changes and stuff like that. So you're fine. Uh, I'm sorry. What'd you say? Okay, yeah. Set it up. If you need any help, then uh, you can tell me. Test. Okay. Um, uh, I'm actually not. Maybe close gamemaker. And then open up git bash, and then git clone https github.com/. Yeah, I could send the commands to you. Hold on. No problem, no problem. Uh, Hello, I can hear you. It works. That's pretty cool. Um, Everyone was here at one point. But I think uh the uh the Danish stepped away for a second, and then um Ant also stepped away for a second. So I've kind of been talking to each one kind of individually a little bit. Um but Ant wanted to um not have me repeat myself and have me explain the mirror board altogether. I explained what I'm currently doing and how Danish can help me code a little bit. Um, as far as coding, I finished uh, the I did the drawing, but one thing that was interesting is uh, drawing within specific boundaries. Because draw surface, even though you set a region for that surface, you can draw outside of the surface. So that I just quickly did. I'm gonna do the line thing, and then I'm gonna do templates. And then Danish can maybe try to figure out the windowing stuff once I help him set up GitHub, I think, or Git. No, no. We're just basically I'm working on uh the puzzle thing, the one idea that can be applied to other ideas, but they have brought their ideas. Uh, they brought a few ideas. I read them. I don't. I can't really remember them off the top of my head, but they have separate ideas, and I think they looked briefly at the mirror board, but the mirror board is a little bit complicated and a little bit messy. So um, we still need to nail down on a single idea. We haven't done that yet. Well, Danish is here. But I think Ant. I think we could just ping him, and he'll probably come. Because he was around like a few minutes ago. Um, uh, you might have to turn him up to like 200%. I had to do that. Also, he wasn't speaking. Yeah. Um, GitHub.com. I No, I haven't said anything. Uh, I'm just doing stuff. Can you say that one more time? Uh, you can do that, but uh, if you could figure out, as long as you can commit and push, I'm fine with whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. Okay, let me.
Or type game.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a little. I thought of it as like a little bit like tower defense, except the tower would kind of move around because it's the boss. Or,
That's my sound again. I can't hear you guys.
oh, um,
It's all on my side because the airport's noisy. So yeah.
it's just I thought of it a little bit like a tower defense.
You're talking about the one that Abscess or Damage sent.
The I'm talking about his idea where about the boss or something. That's right. We should try to finalize an idea. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, maybe turn everyone up. I can hear myself, so I could hear you guys. Uh, little bit, but not much. I could understand you. Yeah. Yeah, we need to finalize. We need to choose an idea. Um, I think his headphones, he couldn't hear us. Are you able to hear us now? Yeah, you're fine. Okay, you can hear us. Okay, we need to finalize an idea. We need to choose an idea. Um, so okay, how do we want to do this? Might be a little bit tricky. Okay, where do we start? Okay. Okay. Um, well, the endless runner idea is actually still mainly a DS idea, but basically it's like a conventional runner, except um, there's well, actually, you might be a little bit better at explaining it because you provided the reference for the runner, etc. So and and one idea, because I liked another idea of the puzzle game, is we might be able to combine uh, two different ideas where basically we create like a kind of magical puzzle like game where we have templates that we're supposed to draw like special like uh, rune like what is it called? What's the word for sigils? Yeah. You draw sigils, and that could potentially either replace the upgrade system on the runner, or it can just be used and for additional functionality or stuff. Like it's how the player would uh, mainly. It would be one way that the player would interact with the game is by trying to stick within a template and drawing sigils. That's yeah. Yeah. The and yeah. Yeah. But the that aspect, that little kind of sigil thing, it can apply to other games as well, not just the endless runner. Does that make sense? Uh, Drawing. Yeah. Yep. It's also kind of a little bit like a action fighter, uh, like a expanded version of the action fighter. That's yeah, that's pretty solid, uh, easy scoped game, I think. Yep. Okay. Well, what were you saying, DS? Uh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I mean, DS. I mean, earlier I talked to you about that one idea of how I could implement an XP system that is has like a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure if that applies here, but it would. I would be able to do that. Okay. Is are we? Do we understand that this kind of game we would make if we were to make that game? Okay. So what about your idea, Ant? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Minute, we will get good feedback. Also, the third point is a bit more esoteric and a bit more optional, to be honest. It's about this. When you you know the continuous domain in math and discrete domain. The
Yeah.
discrete domain is like numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and continuous domain is like floating point numbers.
Yep.
So when if we're combining things, for example, in your puzzle game, or combining things to summon something, uh, if we can make it in a continuous manner, like uh, uh, kind of like having infinite possibilities. Of course, for a jam game, infinite possibilities is not possible. But even, for example, even let's say even a simple hack like adding one ingredient increases damage by 5 instead of by 5, can say a random number between 4 and 7, something like that. And the distribution is such that on average it is 5. That would be nice, the third pillar. Uh, so that was my idea. Moving on to the game ideas. The first one is I'm sure you have seen similar games. This there was a very famous old Flash game that did this. Basically, you summon your units from the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen, and then they start walking. And then you summon again, and they start walking, and then your units and the enemy units meet in the middle, and they battle it out. In this team, you're a mage. You're summoning creatures. You also have some sort of other spells. What did I say here? Like fireball. You can heal your creatures, etc. and you try to beat the other mage. And if we somehow decide to take it to the next level, this game, in the real game version, you can also you can attack cities, like you can have an overworld map, you can advance your place, etc., etc. Hold on. So the spells have a cooldown, and you also have mana, and you both cast the spells and summon creatures using mana. And you have the simple creatures, you have more advanced creatures. More advanced creatures, if you summon them, they are powerful. When they are killed, they give mana, extra mana to the enemy. And if you kill enemies, powerful creatures, you get mana. Right? And also, your creatures vary in their strength and in their walking speed, because if you don't vary the walking speed, they will all walk at the same speed, and varying the walking speed kind of adds a layer of strategy to the game. So this is the first idea. I want to go through the second idea as well. When I finish with all the ideas, only then I want to give you feedback. But for the first idea, is it clear somewhat?
Yeah. I think I know what game you're talking about. Also.
I'll
Cool,
save my
cool.
questions for after, like, yeah.
Continue with your second game.
So the second one is basically your Star Trek, and you're operating the teleporters, but there is no magic technology. Instead, there is magic. And then you're the summoner that lives below the teleporter. And when somebody wants to go somewhere, the summoner needs to open the dossier before the other guy destroys the people. Open the dossier and inscribe like a scroll. This is like a puzzle. Inscribe a scroll, and then send this information via magic to the destination. And the destination summoner then takes the scroll sent and somehow converts it to the person doing the summoning. So if you ask me what is the puzzle, I don't know. I haven't went into that much detail, but maybe something like placing shapes in an efficient manner in a given square or something like that, maybe like Tetris shapes. You place them, and then maybe if you can get some colors lined up somehow, your summoning later is higher quality or something like that. So that this is supposed to be more of a funny idea. You summon the wrong people. You summon something grotesque, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I am done. What is
Okay.
it written here? Aya of Age of.
I
Age of is not 2D.
wasn't the game something like, I think I know what game you're talking about. It's like a, what'd you say?
Yeah, I said me too, but I think we are both going to explain the same thing.
Anyway, so we have to. Okay. Do you have any? I think you said you wanted to add critiques or something like that.
Some critique. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I have
Should I
some
start with that?
questions
Oh,
about your games.
yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So for the second one, is the player doing both the encrypting and the decrypting of the scrolls, or are they just taking one of those two jobs?
Okay, I should have actually added that. That is something I thought about. So you're not changing locations. You're the one summoner. Let's say ship A, and then there are other ships, right? You're always in the ship A, and then sometimes there are outgoing people, there are sometimes incoming people. So you
Okay.
are, to answer your question, you are doing both, but it's like life goes on your ship. And then we can program in the logic that if there's an away mission, somehow the people you sent comes back, stuff like that. So that is more of the narrative side of things. But yes, you do both. But
Yeah.
the guy on the top, the lightning spell guy, that's just clicking one button.
Okay.
So if you want to make it really complex, we can have like a countdown timer, and we can like if you're too slow or you do things in the wrong order, people suspect that the system is not running correctly. If they sent a tech to fix the teleporter, game over, because they figure out there's no technology.
So you're not like decoding your own scrolls that you encoded, though, correct?
No, you're not.
Okay. And then this one is more of a suggestion than a question, but for the first game, you mentioned varying the speeds of like the same type of troop. I would personally recommend not doing that just because I feel um, like when you're strategizing, you're taking some of those things into account. And then if you vary them, that's one less thing that you can account and plan. Like you can't really plan if the speeds are varied.
Did you play those games?
Yeah, I've played those types of games. Probably
Okay,
not like
because
the same
I
ones as you, but
also they're all the same. Because I have also played such games back in Flash time, and without varying the speed, it for me it turned into a simpler strategy. So varying the speed, adding that uncertainty actually added uh, fun for me. But then again, yeah, we don't have to.
yeah. Either way, it should be a quick fix one way or another if we choose that idea.
Okay, so any other critiques?
So since how about this? Since Diaz started critique stage, I suggest Diaz finish all the critiques and then we do critiques one by one.
Uh,
That was all for now. Like I've got some smaller things, but they don't really matter too much. I think we should focus on narrowing down.
yeah, we need a. As long as we understand the general idea, then we need to figure out which idea we want to go with. So, any critiques on the
But
big
if you guys
ideas?
have any critiques, I mean, go ahead.
I have.
Go ahead.
Oh, sure, okay. So for Danesh's game, I really like this idea. This is the kind of game I would like to play myself. But just you should think about just one thing. When you have your character, and then you control it with WASD keys or something like that, right? Danesh, is that correct?
You have your mouse and then you plant the you plant the imps. They just start going.
You're spawning the
When you
horde.
when you
You're not controlling the main character. The main character is the enemy.
the main character is the enemy.
Or I guess
Yeah,
not.
yeah. You're
Maybe
not the
not the
main
main
character.
character is the best, but like the quote unquote hero, like in the middle of the screen. You're spawning the horde that attacks them.
Why are you doing that? Because you die then, right?
You're
If I
supposed to
misunderstood.
try to
Yeah,
defeat
it's
the
like
boss.
yeah, yeah, the main character's like
You're not controlling the main character.
no.
Yes.
There's
There is
Remember
also a boss.
Mine costs a
No,
link.
the main character is the boss. It is. It comes from the screen. Like you move with it. The camera is set on him, and you are the cursor, the mouse cursor, and you are putting
Okay,
several
okay. You're
several. Like,
I'm putting a link in. I don't know if this is exactly what you're thinking, but when you mentioned board controller, I thought of this Game Jam game. It was from Roles Reverse. And it's another game where you're controlling a horde and you're like attacking what would normally be the main character. Um, so it's the same type of game if you're a bit confused, I don't know, on like what the game feel is. Unless then if
so
you're not thinking of this technique.
I am not sure. I am not sure if I understand the idea, but that aside, what I was going to say was if we are going to implement some sort of horde behavior, because I was assuming you control your mage, and then your mage walks, and then your minions walk around him. That was my assumption. I understand it is wrong now. It's the wrong assumption. In that case, keeping the minions moving and unstuck, and arranging their pathfinding and everything, that itself is quite a challenge. I just wanted to raise the point that that would be a huge technical challenge.
I don't think it is. I think either way, it's kind of like whether you're making a Vampire Survivors or whether you're making an action fighter. It's generally going to be the same in terms of like AI
The
and
only
all
thing
this stuff.
I'll say is since you're not controlling the main character, you could just have the main character stay in the center of the screen and then all just have all of the creatures basically beeline towards the center of the screen because that's where the character is. That would
Y-
make pathfinding like 10 times
uh,
simpler.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario, but that would be like a little bit boring. I thought of like him moving around a little bit.
Will they collide on each other? That's the question, right?
You can
Will
uh
they overlap?
probably. So because like we could just do the vampire survivors. That was what I envisioned, but you are
yeah,
not the one who
yeah.
controls the characters. Sorry, you are the enemies, like the snakes that collapse on the character, the skeletons that chase him. Uh,
Yeah, you could
you
just
are a cursor, which means sorry.
do it like a Vampire Survivors if you're questioning the technicality of it. Um
Yeah,
In Vampire Survivors, they don't collide. The enemies don't collide. They
um
collide with the objects, the trees and rocks and such,
are you
but they
talking about
don't
like
collide with each other.
a Boyd
I feel like
system?
these are questions we should be asking once we pick this idea, though. I think we're getting into the minutia that
Y-
like really should only be decided once we choose this game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, don't worry about it. If I have time, I could do like a Blade system or something like that. It's not a problem.
Okay, cool. So moving on. Uh, in the Endless Runner, also a good idea, but you are actually not summoning something, right? You're the summon. It's like I will feel like we're not staying true to the theme as we are not summoning. We're only summoning in between runs. So there's not much summoning going on. There's a summon, which is more like a normal character with a skin. Seems to me.
But
That
as you
that, that
just
was my
mentioned,
critique on that.
summoning happens between rounds. But yeah, I do agree that like the quote unquote summon relation to the theme is like a little less concrete compared to the others.
Yes, the critique is around the theme compatibility.
I mean, I think
The puzzle game,
not as well as the others.
puzzle game, I like that idea a lot, actually. I like it. There are some recent games about the alchemy.
Yeah.
They mix potions and stuff like that. I really like that kind of game, and I think it can be implemented within the time frame of a jam. I like that idea. Also endless runner can also be implemented, of course. But for the endless runner, the theme thing is one thing, and the second thing is it may be yeah, actually we can also make it work.
That's why I thought combining the two ideas would really help because the uh the sigil magic stuff, the summoning, uh can like improve the theme rating.
Yes. Yes, thanks for reminding me. I hate drawing with mouse. By the way, as a user,
Well, you don't have to draw
it
super accurately. You just have to get close enough.
I understand that. I understand that, but that kind of gameplay loop is not speaking to me, to be honest.
How's
Uh,
that different than uh clicking down enemies with the mouse or something like that?
I'm just saying that the drawing mechanic with the mouse is not speaking to me. If I see such games, I may still play them, but I will be unlikely to give them good rates because I don't like that mechanic with the mouse. The mouse is not designed to do that. I don't like it personally. And moving on to my games, I think my ideas are perfect as they are. They're the most perfectest ideas beyond any kind of critique. I'm just joking. Yeah, I'm done. I'm
Okay,
done.
yeah. I mean, like, uh, yeah. Some people don't like typing games and
Uh,
stuff like that.
I was going to ask something. Is the Love Your Simulator legitimate? Reverse phonics rights game, jury duty, like you know.
Um,
Uh,
DS. I'm not sure what he had in mind for that part.
What was the question? I missed it. Sorry.
the reverse phonics rights game, is that legitimate or was that a joke?
Reverse what?
Phoenix Wright
Reverse
game.
Phoenix rights game.
Oh, um, I that was just like I said. We were writing a bunch of stuff down. When I thought of summons, one thing that I thought was like being summoned to jury duty. So reverse Phoenix, right? I don't know exactly what I was thinking, but probably something where like you've got a court case unfolding before you, and like you have to try and convince the other AI jury of something as they're listening to this. I don't know.
Okay.
As you can see, it's not one of the ones we circled.
Alright.
Okay. Does anyone have like things they want to say about the other themes? About the other ideas,
Um, in terms of
like the main ideas.
implementation, in terms of the main ideas, I think the ones that would be quickest to implement would probably be the endless runner and the board game. I think both of those would probably be the quickest in terms of like coding the main gameplay loop. Uh, both of the puzzle games would need a bit more fleshing out, but they both got a lot of potential. I feel like, and then the strategy game, I think that would be good, but it would require a good bit of play testing in order to make sure it's properly balanced. So that's my input on the 5 games.
So I did space out so much because again I have missed sleep today also.
It's okay.
Thank you. I think I like the puzzle game idea.
Which
Because
which one of the two? Because there's two.
sorry.
Like
Like
the simple
one with
drawing stuff,
puzzles or the
or
teleporter one? Because there's a
Sorry.
teleporter
oh,
one and the drawing one.
So like the drawing could so like I'm imagining this would take so much time. I know, but imagine if you do puzzles. Per puzzle, you commence an attack. The, if that makes sense.
basically I explained how the drawing mechanics and all this stuff would work uh to Dinesh. He's pointing to the templates and all this stuff,
Uh,
right?
so like yes, but like you draw the sigil, right?
Yeah.
Then that sigil, if depending on how you value draw it, attacks commences an attack on the enemy.
Yeah, yeah.
It will.
So you're thinking take the
I don't know.
template idea and put it in like an action fighter? Is that what you're saying? Or like a turn-based fighter?
I think it's like the
Turn-based. Sorry.
template. Oh, sorry. The template idea in the Vampire Survivors type game.
So like I was trying to say a turn-based. Okay, for example, you are going to summon flames out of your mouth. You draw some text, some runes, and you just breathe out flames. Or you want to defend, or you want to heal. Depending on what you need, you just draw a sigil, and according to how well you drawn it, you gain something. You command something. You summon something.
I could see that.
So like, sorry.
Yeah.
I can see that working. I'll say the same thing as I said for the strategy game, in that it would probably take a lot of play testing in order to properly balance. Um, which, I mean, if we want to take any of these games a long term, those would be a lot more sustainable. I just don't know how much playtesting time we'll have in our
Y-
72 hours.
Yeah, just to uh reiterate, uh I really like uh keeping the drawing idea but making it really really simple. Uh like maybe very few templates, uh maybe like one material, just and I think it would still be fun. I think it would still be unique.
Alright. Uh, Two towers of a different kind sounds funny. I don't know why, but it could also work. But yeah. But I don't think there should be strategy or side scrolling. You're just commencing spells to each other. I don't know. Uh, so like I'm not trying to mutate the ideas, but I'm just saying how I think it should be.
Yeah, yeah.
How I would like it to play. Sorry.
Okay, I think I know what I would choose to do, given everything. But okay, we need to um I'm sorry, my brain.
It's true.
We need to. I'm just thinking. I knew what we were gonna do next, but I forgot. The next stage is uh I don't know. What's in my head right now is like, do we uh we can figure out which we think is a good scope. I think um does everyone agree that um uh this Danish's idea would be uh like decent, like a fun game?
I
thank you.
am good. I'm good with pretty much all of the ideas. I think they all have their pros and cons. So I'll be kind of, since there's four of us, if all four of us voted, there might be a tie. So I'll kind of step out and be a neutral party.
Okay. Um
Sorry. So,
so do you guys actually want to take a vote?
okay.
I could make like a form or something if you guys want.
I'm just going to set a voting site if that makes sense. So,
But how do wait,
just vote. Just don't set up anything. Just say which one you want.
okay.
are we gonna just pick our own ideas though?
You guys just, I mean, if you're
'Cause,
not doing a vote, might as well say right now what you guys think, and I'll decide here and now.
so I wanna maybe swap the endless runner for kind of like the action fighter in the way that Danish had some ideas. I'll combining that with the sigil stuff. Uh, if there's, well, I've already worked on it a little bit, but uh, we'll probably have that a little bit sprinkled in, I think.
All right.
That's
All right.
that's that's my idea.
Do you want to give your top two? Each person give their top two.
A second would probably be the endless runner.
Okay. You got Endless Runner and action game with sigils, Danish.
Okay. So like, I am giving to myself and the puzzle game. That is turn-based. Anyway, that's the puzzle game, and to myself if I can.
All right.
uh,
For the horde game and the puzzle game. Do you mean the puzzle teleporter or the puzzle with sigils?
the puzzle with sigils.
Okay. And then Atomic. Please tell me if I ever pronounce your
Right?
name wrong.
Okay. My first vote is the two towers. The second vote is the horde.
We've got two votes for the horde game. Ace, are you good with the horde game?
Isn't it technically 3 votes for the hard game because Danish also
This one.
wanted?
But either way, are you okay with it?
Are you asking me or?
Yes, it's
I'm okay with the horde game. But
all right.
do do we want to include the sigils or not?
I would rather
I
not.
think
I would rather
let's
keep
get
it
the
as it is.
let's get the core gameplay loop. We shouldn't think about add-ons until we have the core gameplay loop.
Okay, we can make the horde
Uh,
game and then uh
Yeah,
I'll just
and then if
put,
we have
yeah.
extra time, we can try implementing it and seeing if it's enjoyable.
so
So
like,
that sounds
in the last 24 also hours, we can try to add a sigil system that grants temporary buffs, but I don't think it's necessary. But it would honestly be a unique and fun addition
Yeah.
to the base game.
Okay, I think
Uh,
we all agree to make the horde game.
let's do the horde game. All right.
Any
So-
objections or anything?
Nope, there's no objections.
Okay.
So now that we've got that, I think we should
Expand.
set some goals for today, and try and get the core gameplay loop done. From what I understand, Atomic, you're doing art, right? You're doing the artwork. So, do we want to talk quickly about what sort of art style we want, or should we just let Atomic decide on their own?
I think we should talk.
No, we should talk about it.
We should talk about the minimal viable product for this game first. I think, right?
Well, I was going to go through one at a time: music, art, and code. Which code would be minimum viable?
Okay.
But yeah.
We can start with
So in terms of
the setting. What do you guys want the setting? Old or new?
yeah, I guess so. Like, the setting would influence art and music. What's kind of the vibe, the setting we're going for? Is it going to be medieval fantasy or apocalyptic, demonic, hellish?
Dash, what do you have in mind in terms of art and setting and all that stuff?
I was thinking of something minimalistic, but the main palette should be, in my opinion, red and yellow. Red, yellow, and not just red and yellow. If we are going to go with a devilish setting, that for the whole. But if you are going with something more void, I think like something more detailistic with purple and black would be better, in my opinion.
But in terms of the setting and vibe, it's very hellish. Is that correct?
So like, if you are going to decide on that, probably, but
Okay.
I think the art should be more red and yellow, and it should be on whole basically, where our character, so the boss, is trying to raid an area, so to say. Uh, like he breaks in, you are planting the imps, the devils, the ghosts near the character, and they start attacking. So the main palette, in my opinion, should be like red and yellow, because like I don't know, but
Yeah.
if I could, I want to overlay the maps, but not do the art, like just collisions and stuff. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should try to like. You mentioned imps and ghosts. I think we should try to like stick with not like a whole bunch of different monsters.
It sounds like we're going very like demonic hellish. So the
Yeah.
boss, quote unquote, could be like some holy paladin dude with like flowing yellow hair. I don't know. And then, the horde that you're spawning could be like bats, imps, skeletons, things of that manner. Starting with just
Yeah,
imps.
Okay, yeah.
yeah. You got me right. Thank you.
Mhm.
So, I don't know.
So
By
we've
the
got
way, sorry. Atamat, is this concept? This concept is totally doable for you, right? Sorry.
I eventually I will need you guys to write it down so I can read
Okay.
it and think about it. I think it is doable. Before that, why don't you write like a one paragraph, very short story, who the boss is, who the player is, etc. Just like a story, like a setting. Also, another question is when your character, so the boss is in the center. I understand. The boss is moving around
Yes.
and fighting the monsters you summon, right? When you summon someone, do you first click on some UI thing like a button and then click on the map? Is that how you summon?
I have two things in mind. One, you either summon or press one of the numpad buttons or like numerals on your keyboard.
Where do you summon from? Where does the character come to life on the map?
Your cursor.
Wherever you click.
So you can summon someone far away from the boss, but you can as easily summon someone right next to the boss.
Yeah.
Yes, preferably.
If you look at the, I put an example of this type of game in our group chat.
Yeah. You could look at
If you
the
want to
last
look at a
the last
similar
image
game.
on the last image on the page. Kind of.
I can take a look at it later, but can you tell me how it works in that game?
Yeah, you can basically click anywhere, and wherever you click,
Do you see that
your
image?
creatures will appear.
I'm asking this because I think where you summon is an important gameplay element. And if you can click anywhere, you kind of take away the player's fun in a way by making it sort of irrelevant. I understand that for the melee summons, you want to click nearby, and for ranged summons, you want to click far away. I understand that. But aside from that, where you click should play some kind of role. For example, if your characters collided with each other, for example, clicking some area of effect summon far away from your people, your other melee characters, would make sense, would add a gameplay element, so that that AoE doesn't harm your own summons, right? This is why I'm asking. I understand when you say you can click anywhere. I understand that, but I think it can be made part of the gameplay.
I think that's something we can handle pretty easily in playtesting code, because we can just add basically the code that says if mouse click. You can also add if mouse click and it's not within a certain radius of the main character. That's an easy way you could fix that.
And also,
So I think that's
Can we
something
not
should
call
ask
the
in
boss
playtesting.
main character? Guys, this is
Sure,
a
we
bit
can call it.
confusing.
Let's call it like
Just
boss
call it the
or
boss.
paladin. Yeah.
also, I think I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, but I think the idea is that there would be a lot of enemies on the screen, not just like 10 around the boss. So I think we shouldn't worry too much about colliding and stuff like that. But I think it's
colliders would likely be off.
yeah.
Yeah, I think again we should focus on main gameplay loop right now, and then once we have that, we can through playtesting and through extra code we can add these things like make it where you can't click close to the boss or some other things that we're wondering about.
Okay.
I think we should focus on getting the main gameplay loop.
Another thing is another thing about bringing in where mechanic is. For example, just an idea. I'm not saying this is a good idea. When your summons die, they leave some resource on the ground. If you click nearby or on top of that resource, new summon uses up less of your resource pool. The other way, this where question, the where mechanic comes into play. I think I understand you're saying you want to defer this, but I think this is part of the design of the game. I don't think this is like a minutiae. This is like a minute detail.
Okay. Well,
we should have some idea about this.
the details we can continue to talk about later, and it will depend on the scope. I think I have enough to know what to code. Um, I think the only thing we need to talk about is the how we're gonna, because I need you guys to draw art and stuff. So, uh, how like we're talking about uh hell, right, or the underworld or whatever. So
Yes.
like generally with like a kind of like a red palette. Uh, I guess we're not choosing like a specific time frame because that wouldn't make sense. And then we're
Yeah.
I think generally I think of like a little bit higher of a saturation.
Art, art. I think that's something we should leave in the hands of a timer until like we have some stuff. Until then, we can just use some placeholder assets and such, like
Yeah, for
cues.
sure. I could do
Um,
that. But
and one thing I do want to ask about art, though, 'cause this might affect music, is are you planning on doing like a hand drawn aesthetic, pixel, or like smoother? Like, what? How are you planning on drawing?
I was
Do you
since
know?
we are doing more of a devilish approach. I think we should be doing a minimalistic pixel art style
Okay,
for the game.
got it. Yeah, I
I'm
just
going
wanted
to
to know.
make a simple layout for the entrance in the rooms, so that I think like I don't know.
if
So
we're
it's pixel art style.
Rated should be I think a mansion rather than the underworld because like why not anyway.
if we're
Hang
doing
on,
a
they're announcing some stuff over the intercom for my plane. I gotta hop off. I might not
Okay,
be back,
okay, no, that's fine.
so I'll catch you
See,
guys later.
see you later.
Bye.
see you later. So like I'm going to add some collision sprites.
Uh, One thing I wanted to say is if we're doing
Okay.
pixel art, then I think we should try to focus more on the main game rather than the sigils because the stuff generally requires drawing with a little bit smoother uh rather than pixel art, or at least it's better, it looks better and stuff like that when it comes to the sigils only. So if we're gonna do pixel art, I think we shouldn't do the sigils, but that's just me, my opinion.
Okay.
How
Uh,
how big? In my opinion, we shouldn't do the drawing at all. So I'm not going to comment on that. How big will the game window be when we
I'm
publish?
setting it. I'm setting it.
Depends on you guys,
Setting
the
it,
art.
No, I'm currently
writing it
looking
down.
for. Okay. Uh, 640 to 640 is a good. No. I think. Sorry. 706. 704. Sorry. Um,
What are you doing?
uh, I'm I'm currently deciding on it. Sorry. I'm currently checking if a size is good. On the okay. So I think 960 to 640 is desirable.
Okay. So the next question is, how big the pixels be? Is it 2 times 2, 3 times 3, 4 times 4? If we do 4 times
Uh,
4, we can add an overlay on the pixels, like we can make the pixels look stylized. Do you
since
know what I'm talking about?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Since we are going with a minimalistic approach, I think 2 by 2 is good. But I don't think there should be, you know, sorry. I don't think there should be an. Oh, sorry. I can't phrase. Sorry. I think that there should be an overlay, like an outer edge on the characters. so that uh, so like I can speak. If there were to be an overlay, uh, the enemies that are so many can be easily seen.
What do you
Yeah,
mean by
yeah, no,
enemies?
yeah, that's fine.
There's only one enemy, right? The only enemy is the boss, right?
I'm
But the
talking
things
about
you
enemies
summon,
as in our perspective, the Horde.
it's just based
Horde.
on the
Yes.
story. It's flipped. So
But when we discuss it, let's use a clear language.
Okay.
Because when you say enemies, I understand boss, because that's the enemy.
Okay.
So the summons, do you want the summons to have an outline?
Yes.
uh, 1 second. Did you get? I went away for a minute there. I'm back. Did I miss anything?
So, the reason why I'm asking this is because when you outline something, you generally outline things that you can interact with. If I understand correctly, once you summon a creature, you can no longer interact with it as the player. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have an outline around the horde.
You're right, but you know, maybe the flaws and the characters, for example, flaws are red carpets, think that's that, and then you have the imps or devilish other creatures. It would be hard to see them, right?
Why do you
Or
want
like,
to see them? That's my question. Why do you want to see them?
I don't know.
So you see them. You see them one way or another. What do you do with that information?
Well, generally, the reason why you want to like make both playable, non-playable characters, it doesn't matter, clear is because it's uh you want stuff to be distinguishable in the game. Uh you want even UI elements to be distinguishable. He's just talking about making
I
stuff
understand
clear.
that. I understand that, but let me repeat one more time. Making the UI elements distinguishable is a different thing than making
You
the
have to make everything
objects
like
and characters on the screen. The difference is with the UI elements you can interact. That's why having a border, an outline around the UI elements makes more sense to me.
well,
When you have
let's say you have a
an outline,
background.
let me finish please.
Okay.
When you have an outline around characters in the scene, player
I let me just show you an image. Hmm? I know, but it's just there's outline around the enemies, but you don't think that you're gonna click them, right? Or would you click those enemies? It's called the Bison. It's called the Binding of Isaac. It's just WASD. Yeah, but there's still an outline, right? Okay, if you made the game pixelated, then it would be the same thing. Yeah, my bad, I guess. I don't know any examples right now. I think I'm gonna lean. No. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna lean a little bit back on the art stuff. If you guys want to decide on the art stuff, I think mainly what I'm gonna be doing is programming. So if you want to discuss it with like DS or Danish, then yeah. But I think maybe I'll like help with the like main menu. Um, that the networking programming language? Not really. Uh, uh, Shaders. I'm not sure what you guys mean by outline anymore. Um, you guys might have to type it up to explain it to me. I don't know what you guys want or talking about. Okay, you can link it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just be programming. If you need me, then you know where to find me. So for game jams, normally, I try to get things done as quick as possible, and just looking at, like, for example, he did a shader outline, or basically an outline, like around the. If it were me, I would just uh do the, like, in whatever art program I'm using, I would just do it really quickly and import it into GameMaker and not worry about it. Same with like map stuff. I like, in terms of like shaders and like tiles and stuff. It's up to you guys. I'm fine. I'm fine with doing whatever you guys want me to do. I'm gonna be mainly programming. So if you guys want me to do, if you want me to try out this outline shader, then I could do it. But just from uh, you could continue. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. Because if you want me to do the shader thing, it's I have time to do it. So um well okay, I'll watch the video first and then maybe we could talk about it after. Okay. He deafened. He can't hear you. If you could just message him. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Talk to you later. Oh, boy. Okay. You know what? Pixel art. No. Well. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Dang. Okay. No, what am there? Well, I gotta load off my back and be doing less art this gym. Uh, let me watch this because the reason why I think you would do these like shaders like built into the engine or whatever uh is if you have 3D objects or maybe complicated animations, or maybe you're not sure how you want that outline to be, but you have the sprites made already. And I think that type of like uh, making something so it's more modular doesn't really make sense in a jam setting. In a jam setting, I think, well, this is just me. Maybe makes a little bit more sense in a team setting, but I think generally um, you want to get like we keep talking about like minimum viable product. You want to get stuff up and running quickly, uh, and then once you have that, uh, you either like it's like pass or fail on stuff. It's not like slightly adjusted so it's perfect, or generally when you draw your main character and you finish drawing it, you're not going to go back to that main character. You won't have time to go back to that main character. You move on to the next asset, uh, and just whatever you made in that time is just what you're gonna kind of be stuck with, and you go important asset to important asset and to important asset, and I think uh, with that, uh, messing around with shaders and variable stuff um, is well, I'm repeating myself, but let me watch the video. Maybe I'm wrong here. Uh, okay, I think I probably have it in my history. He said that he'll call you to talk about maps and stuff. I think later in like uh 10 minutes. I think I'm not sure when, but No shot. This is a 14 minute. I thought this was like 6 minutes. What the heck? Test. Bro. Is it like a reference? Saving the reference? Probably is. If you have to do this for every object, okay. I understand. It's about copy and pasting stuff. I don't need- Probably don't need this. Don't need this for now. Good to close that stuff. Let me check the. I think the basically the scope of this project went down. I expected. I was expecting this, which would have been kind of a little bit crazy to implement. But doing this, it's gonna be a piece of cake. And I think Dinesh wanted to do the collision. Maybe the maybe he means I might wait a few minutes and then I don't know, see. Maybe I could come up with the XP stuff. I'll work on the log XP stuff. I'll create a cool progression system. I also have to remember I can't go over 12 hours. So we're at 8 hours. Um, I guess OBS would tell me. Or it got reset, so it might have cleared. Maybe at like 9 hours I'll put it down. I think I took a small break. Can stop streaming. I guess I'll stay in the call. Have it minimized while I'm away. And then while I take a break, I will be muted and just to make does. There I am. Does. Bro. Discord group call though. I should have fished more for a Discord server. Could have just sitting in a call by myself. No, I need a save resource. Disconnect. Battle team. I shouldn't have said great. My everything keeps cutting out and stuff. Will this mess with OBS if I enable this? Probably. I'm gonna risk it. Bro, I don't even know how to describe this game though. Let me procrastinate real quick. Okay, I so if it was dude, if it was I was just I don't know. Hmm. I'm trying to think. Making a participating in LD solo versus a team is like very, very different. I want to listen to stuff. I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'll unmute my mic once once I get back to it. Got earphones over my headset. Test. I gotta hop in here. Hello, test. 1 second. Can you hear? Okay, I should be able to hear now. Maybe I can't. I can't hear you. Um. Hmm. One second. Um. 1 second. Well, what is happening with my internet? Test. Give me sound. Yes. It was my connection being throttled or something. Let me start and stop again real quick. Hmm. Strange. Huh. Maybe.